Hey, y'all. Welcome. Welcome aboard the Yellow Cottage train. Oh, would you get on a train with this guy? Would you get on a train? Wow. If you don't know, you're going to find out tonight. I'm just going to have some fun tonight. I wasn't planning on doing a show, but the fountain of content, to quote the Galera, the fountain of content, Kevin, Green Cottage Tales. We're calling him, he's green with envy right now. And all of these folks lately, they've been going crazy on a bunch of us. Always on Aiden, but you if you've noticed the last few weeks or even the last couple days, they're going crazy against Brandy. They're also going after me a lot. It's just unbelievable. All the attacks and just the laughter the last few days. So I figured tonight we'd go live and just have some fun tonight. What are you all up to? Yeah, Kevin caught Yellow Cottage Tales after being on court TV week after week after week. He has a grand total of 7,000 subscribers. We're getting that in 10 days. We're getting set like over in June. And this is why they're so angry right now with us, with me specifically. Is Kevin has 7,000 subscribers. We got 7,000 in a week. New subscribers in a week. In July, we had over 20,000 new subscribers in one friggin' month. Not July. That's July now. That was in June. This last month. So when all we get all these attacks at us, I just laugh my ass off because I look at those numbers and I just have so much joy. And this is why they're so angry right now. So if you can, don't like the show tonight. It will make Kevin very happy. Don't hit the like button. Kevin can't handle it. Don't do that. You don't want to piss off Kevin. You don't want to piss off KP. And look at all these clowns on this train. This train of miscreants. Talking about Kevin. If you don't know, Kevin is a guy who makes up conspiracy theories. He never misses a moment to reduce a female to how attractive she is. Anytime he has any type of video or a guest that's a female, the first thing he'll say is, "She's attractive. She's a very attractive woman." Kevin's not attractive. Yeah, you'll see that. Kevin looks like he's Kevin Albert's son. Or Brian Albert's son, excuse me. He looks like Brian Albert Jr. actually doesn't look like Brian Albert, which is funny. Kevin does. Kevin looks like Brian Albert Jr. And Kevin is the smartest guy in any room. Just ask him. He'll tell you. He's also very funny unintentionally. That's what I like about Kevin. Like, I haven't gotten rid of Kevin. He's like the only one because he just brings me so much joy and laughter. So tonight we're going to go through some of the stuff. There he is. He's in his scuba gear. He's got some things to say about Bederow. He's been going after Bederow, which is another thing. It's just hilarious. The reason why they're going after Bederow so much, why do you think? Because he's so impressive. He's so good on the show. He's so good on all the shows, but it's specifically ours too. That's what's driving them crazy right now. And now that Bederow is teamed up with Aiden, oh my God. They are so angry. I gotta say, the Taillight Whisperer and Shawnee Sean, I get a lot of these artwork from them. I gotta say, they do a great job on Kevin. I just love him. This is Kevin. Kevin's also known for slurping on video. This is Kevin when he's drinking one of his alcohol drinks. That's Kevin. Sorry. So these trolls this week, to show how angry they are, I just want to preface what I'm doing tonight. This right here at the very top of the screen above daddy issues is a screen capture from a video that was put out by a faceless cowardly troll on Twitter. And the video is about me. And it's not even really about me. It's what it is it captures. This is so strange because I have never even seen this divorce document. I didn't think, I was like, holy shit, that's what that is. I didn't even realize what it was. They're basically, if you look at the very top there, it's an excerpt from my parents' 1972 divorce. That's how crazy these people are. They're trying to hold my parents' divorce from 1972 against me and try to make it like that means something about me. And saying I must have daddy issues because my father left the family in 1972. And the facts of it, if you really knew anything about my life, is I get along great with my father. I also got along great with my stepfather. If I've had any issues, it would be more like mommy issues. But I'm cool with all my parents, honestly. I have no issues. But that's how messed up they are. 1972, they had to dig. That's what they had. That's all they didn't find shit on me. I'm surprised they didn't put up the cannabis arrest or when I got arrested for OUI at age 19. I mean, I'm not embarrassed about anything I did in my past. I'm not saying I'm proud of everything, but I learned from my mistakes. And most of my issues were all when I was younger. And to go back to 1972, when I'm not even going to say how old I was, but you think about how old I was. Then to go back to 1972. My parents' divorce. That's what they were trying to use against me. And this is how angry they are. Why are they so angry? Why are they so angry? I'll tell you why they're so angry. It's because we're at 36,000 subs right now. Because we put out interviews. We'll have between 60 to 100,000 views on them within a day or two. Every time we go live on YouTube. And there's also Facebook. There's Twitter. Social media is going up. And the quality of the content, the interviews that we have here, they can't fuck with it. They can't mess with it. That's why they're so angry. They don't know what to do. This guy, Michael Higgins, came at me this week. Apparently, he's a friend. His wife is a very good friend of Jennifer McCabe, from what I hear. And he posts this week, this is about as sick as you and your followers. So this is about me posting. These clowns had to post my parents' 1972 divorce. That's how low they were. In support of Brandy, because they have been going after her, posting all kind of shit from her past. And so this guy, Mike Higgins, he's not related to Brian Higgins, but he lives in Canton, and he is a McAlbert. He says, no one will shed any tears for you. Welcome to the life of so many Canton people, and what assholes like you have created. Cry more, Mike. Would love to meet you face to face. Why do these guys always want to meet face to face? You'd think it's so many years into this now, they'd have some kind of PR savvy where they wouldn't threaten people. Now, they could say that's not a threat, obviously, but anyone with the right mind looking at that looks like they're trying to physically intimidate and physically bully. And it's like why I laugh at these guys so hard is from what I see, Mike Higgins is a round, roly-poly guy. And I heard he's very soft in person. So, I mean, you think he's going to intimidate me? So he goes on, amazing. You call them sick, and then that's exactly what a-holes like you have done to people 2+ years. Calls me a career grifter. That's interesting. Where have I ever grifted money from anybody ever? So I put up to Mikey, who wants to talk a lot of shit. I said, Mike, let's see how tough you really are. Come on our show. Bet you are a coward. You wanted to meet up, Mikey? Let's do it. Let's see you get famous. So I invited Mike on the show. Said, you want to have a face-to-face conversation? Let's do it in public on the show. And Mikey, just like I predicted, Michael Higgins, the coward that he is, won't come on the show. That's who these folks are. They want to threaten you in private. They want to meet face to face in private. They don't want any cameras. What are they hiding? No transparency. They're cowards. And then Michael Higgins deactivates his account, it looks like, on Twitter, because all of a sudden his account was gone. And people, of course, have sent me all kinds of info about Michael Higgins. There it is, gone. That's who these folks are. And again, I've invited if any of them want to come on, Chris Albert, Michael Higgins, come on. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me what I've done that's wrong. Tell me what needs to be corrected on the show. You guys have your proxy, Kimberly, right? Kimberly Fair, who daily criminally threatens that we're getting sued. From my understanding, what she's doing is criminal. That's criminal harassment to continue to threaten people with lawsuits over and over again, especially when you're not actually quoting where they're libelous. You keep saying that we're going to be sued for libel. For what? Quote the show, quote me, where I'm getting sued for libel. What has been said that's been libelous? What needs correction? That's how serious people deal with false information in the media. You request a retraction. You send a note, you send a letter, you say, hey, this isn't true. This is why. Never has that happened. But instead, you have someone who's associated with y'all who has 2 civil suits against her in Essex County, threatening people with lawsuits every day. And you got Michael Higgins, your friend, who wants to sit face to face at me and call me names, but won't come on the show. And I'd say the same thing with Paul Keefe. I saw the Aiden Turtle Boy exchange. I liked it. I hope they continue to talk. And I question Paul Keefe, are you being sincere? Because I don't think you are, but I hope you are. And I saw that one of the last messages Paul said back to Aiden. He said, I wish you were on my side. We could all be on your side, Paul. We don't even have to agree on Karen. You know? I'd like to be on Paul Keefe's side. But he hasn't allowed that. And I would welcome Paul Keefe on the show. I'd be very respectful of Paul Keefe if he came on the show. 100%. But I won't. I'm not going to take shit from McAlberts. I'm not going to make shit from Michael Higgins. Not going to take shit from Chris Albert and his proxies. And if they want to come on the show, they're welcome to. I'd love to hear from them. But I don't think they have the balls to come on this show. All right. So let's get to the fun. It's going to be fun tonight. Actually, we got a few super chats coming in. I had a couple questions. Is Bederow coming on tonight? No, he's not. I didn't ask him to. We've done a lot of shows lately. He's got the Aiden stuff going on. I just wanted to do kind of a last minute show, have some fun tonight, and just kind of blow some steam off for me because I've been getting attacked a lot. And I like to, for me, I always feel better when I just kind of respond a little bit. So tonight's kind of just for me to have fun and to kind of piss them off. I'm going to do tonight what they don't want because Kevin decided to open his mouth. So that's what tonight's about. And Bederow, probably, and Mazza, probably later on this week. I'm going to try to get them back on because there will be some stuff to comment on that's happened related to this and some other stuff. So maybe later in the week. But definitely love to get him back on. And Mazza. So let's go through the super chats real quickly. True Crime Kangaroo, thank you. She says, "Hi, Mike, my guy. I'm proud of you." Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm proud of myself too, actually. For a humble guy, I gotta be, I am proud. I am. It's true. It wasn't always that way. Very happy of where I am right now. Tara Ellis, and for people that are struggling out there, believe me, I struggled for a decade. I lost everything. I was up here financially, career-wise, and then I was like at the lowest rung at the worst time. And then I had 10 great years. And basically I'm on the 10th year of greatness. And it feels so much better the second time around. So that's where I am in life. And I just what I tell people, hang in there. Just one day at a time. You don't know what can happen. Your hard work, it's not going to be immediate. Your hard work is not going to pay off immediately. Things take time. And I'm living, breathing proof of it. Just kept working. I kept working. And I know a lot of my family probably doesn't understand, but I had to keep working. I didn't get to go to as many cookouts. Let's put it that way. But it's been worth it. So I am proud. Tara Ellis says, "Please don't read the bad grammar guy." I know, right? Reduces our IQ just even reading it. Never mind having to repeat it back. He wanted to buy me lunch. Buy me lunch. BYE. BYE. Oh, man. Thank you, Tara. Oh, here's Bukaki's missing dentures. Does he have missing dentures? Does he missing teeth like I am? Does he not like the dentist? Bukaki, I could recommend a good dentist. That's a big part of why some people don't like going to the dentist. I got a great dentist. I actually like going to the dentist now because my office is that good. Here's the comment. Anyways, I gave Plevin a hall pass until he stood there like an idiot during. I'm gonna increase the. I need to get new glasses. I never have time to do this shit. So let me read this again. I gave Plevin a hall pass until he stood there like an idiot during the entire immature trash bag song played. His sweatpants added an exclamation point to his further downfall. There's so many moments. I mean, it's funny that you had to wait that long, but I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you finally realized how pathetic Plevin is. Welcome to the club. Thank you, Bukaki's missing dentures. Paul Cristoforo, it's a big organizer for Free Karen Reed. He says, tomorrow, State House, oh my God, Boston, 3 to 6 p.m. Standout details on the pages. So check out the Justice for Karen Reed, Justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook group. Stand out tomorrow at the State House, 3 to 6 p.m. Tuesday. Man, I almost want, I wonder if I can get there. I hope people show up to that tomorrow. That's where I want to see the protest at the State House. Get the media out there too. Awesome, Paul. Great job. I want to thank everyone who's supporting that tomorrow, 3 to 6 p.m. State House. Be there. Sarah, in shock and horror, she just gifted 10 Young Jurks memberships. Thank you so much, Sarah. That's awesome. Love when people do that. Candace Ivy said we need the cute jellyfish and some merch. I know. Did I include that one? Let me see. I thought I had that in the Google screen thing. Let me just make sure. Thought I included that one. I guess I didn't. I forgot it. But yeah, they made some artwork that was supposed to be attacking me with the hair. That's the other thing. They're so obsessed. The trolls are so obsessed with my hair now. They made this cute little jellyfish with the hair. And I think we might have to put that on some T-shirts. I agree, 100%. DW says, ask Mike Higgins if he also likes to play grab ass. I bet he does. I bet he does. He seems like a grab ass type of guy, Mike Higgins. Michael Higgins. I'll play some grab ass. Even like me going like quarter, speed, I'll probably hurt the guy. One just underhook, sweep the leg, he's done. He's gonna go down quickly. But I just wanted to have a conversation on the show, face to face. He wants to talk, let's do it on the show. It's funny too, because like it shows you how cowardly they are. We have 26,000 plus subscribers now. Every show gets 50 to 80 to 100,000 views. I'm offering him that platform to expose how awful I am. If I'm so bad on a live platform where it can't be censored, I'm offering him that. And he's refusing to do it. That tells you everything about the McAlberts that you need to know. If they had something that was so awful against me, why wouldn't they come on the show and present it? Just silence from them. Just, we want to meet you in person. I want to buy you lunch. I don't want you to buy me lunch. I don't want to eat with you. I want to do a show in front of the public with you and see if you have the balls to back it up. Talk a lot of shit, but looks like none of you do. Lana Del Turtle became a YouTube subscriber. Thank you so much, Lana. All right, let's go to the Kevin stuff. Oh man, this is going to be fun tonight. I just love this guy. He's so funny. And I'm sorry, I got to give everyone a warning before I put this on the screen. I should have given you a heads up earlier. This can make some people ill. This is if you got a queasy stomach, this is very sensitive material that we're covering. It could be considered disturbing. Just laying eyes on Kevin. All right, I warned you, right? Gave you the warning. All right, one more super chat. This came in. Thank you so much, Lana. Lana Del Turtle just gifted 10 Young Jurks memberships. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the new members on Lana. You guys are very generous. Thank you so much. And you might hear the yippy dog. The yippy dog is in the house right now tonight. And his mama went out food shopping. So he may yip in a few minutes when she comes home.
And this is Young Jelly himself.
Young Jelly himself.
Now,
Kevin is very jealous. Let's just put it that way. You're going to hear how jealous he is. You're going to talk about the views, how upset he is. He's very upset that he only gets 1,000 views on his videos now. He just can't understand why people don't buy into all his name calling and his bullshit and his lies. And now he's calling me Young Jelly, which shows how just jealousy. That's what it really is about him.
We'll also have, all right, so this is Peter Murphy, retired Canton Police Department.
They had a change of personnel, as you know. Tom Theodore was no longer on the board. Trish Boyden, who I supported, did get in. There'll be some changes next year, or should be some changes, I hope. And I believe they need a whole new, I think they've been there, John Conley's been there 40 years plus or something. I think they need new blood. I think they need a new regime. And I think, I mean, here's a perfect example, Mike, if you bear with me. A couple of weeks ago, there was a serious incident in the center of town where a Secret Service agent actually called me off duty and said, hey, I think there's going to be a problem here in the center. And I said, well, let me know. And called me back and he said, yeah.
So just to stop there, a Secret Service agent called up Peter Murphy to say there was going to be an incident in the center of town. And wait to hear what this incident is. You're not going to believe it.
Yeah, there's a problem. He said Aiden was just assaulted by two different individuals and right in the center of town, right in front of the Eating Sub and CF McCarthy's. And I said, well, that's not good. And then it took 17.
So Aiden Kearney shows up just to stir up the pot, just to stir up trouble. That's his only reason for doing anything in Canton. It's content generation. That's it's not. There's no goal here that has anything to do with
projection. Right there, this Kevin projection. All he cares about is content generation, and Kevin hasn't really done much investigation like Aiden has. Aiden was there to investigate that day. He wanted to test some things out in the city of Canton. He decided to go out to eat, and he got assaulted. And I want to note that Kevin Cherry, that this is a 2-hour interview that we did with Peter Murphy, the former Canton Police Department sergeant and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor for the New York Manhattan District Attorney's Office, Mark Bederow. Kevin went through this and clipped out a couple little things that he could make like hay out of. And this first point is so irrelevant and so an example of how Kevin just will speculate out of thin air. Because Peter Murphy made a few statements about this incident with Aiden. And the thing that I was most interested in is how long it took the Canton police to respond. And so when I got an opportunity to follow up with Peter about his statements here, that's where I went. I didn't go to the Secret Service agent part that Peter mentioned. And we don't even know what that Secret Service agent, that mention he made, even means. Was it a retired guy? I mean, when I'm hearing that right now, I'm thinking Peter's talking about someone who was retired at the Secret Service, who was speculating something's going to happen because they live in town and they're watching what's going on. Because Peter Murphy is the type of guy that talks to a lot of retired law enforcement. So that's what I would immediately suspect Peter Murphy meant in that statement. However, I don't know, because we did follow up with Peter, and I will follow up with Peter on that, because people have brought that up, that statement. But Kevin just spins all of this fiction that he hasn't followed up with. He certainly hasn't asked Peter Murphy about it. He hasn't asked me about it. This is what Kevin does. Kevin isn't a journalist like Turtle Boy. Kevin doesn't research things. Kevin sees one little snippet that he can just make up a conspiracy theory about.
Karen or exposing corruption. The goal 100% of every incident is centered on creating content for his channel. And so he goes
Kevin
to
doing right here?
The
What's
CJ
Kevin? Kevin didn't follow up with Peter about his statement. Kevin didn't follow up with me about the statement. Kevin, instead of following up and doing any type of investigation, goes live on his show to create content, controversial content. That's what Kevin does. That's why Kevin is actually the true definition of a grifter. Kevin is a fraud. Kevin is a joke.
McCarthy's, which is the bar that John and Karen and John's friends were drinking in before they went to the waterfall. Now, CJ McCarthy's is right next to D&E Pizza, which is owned by Chris Albert. And so while I think it's when he's leaving CJ McCarthy's, him and he's with the girl that he's currently dating, he sees Colin Albert probably leaving D&E, and Colin's got a hood on.
The girl. Last time I checked, Meredith was more than an adult. Kevin, you're a boy. Meredith is a woman. You're a boy. She's a woman. Don't get it.
Because Colin has to. This is the life that these people have to live now. Colin has to walk around his own town that he grew up with a hood on, so he's not filmed everywhere and harassed everywhere he goes because of a ludicrous conspiracy theory. Okay, so he's crossing the street, and Turtle Boy recognizes him, and he starts taking a film. And oh, there he is. There's whatever he said. There's the killer himself. There's Colin Albert. Blah 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 blah. So
now Kevin is not showing Turtle Boy's side. Obviously, again, Kevin's being full of shit. Kevin's not presenting both sides. There was more to that than just Turtle Boy walked up to Colin. A lot more. Being dishonest again, Kevin. Not showing both sides.
At some point with all this going on, Jill Daniels, who is like 85 pounds, and what, I don't want to guess her age, but she's 85 pounds and she's in her 40s.
At some point. How did Jill Daniels end up there, Kevin? How come you don't address that? That she's got a phone. She's got Braden Carney's name on the phone. Who from the pizza shop do you think called Jill Daniels to be there, Kevin? How come you don't mention that, Kevin? Let's go on and talk about 85-pound little Miss Jill Daniels.
I'd say. This is the assault that they're talking about. This is the assault. This is the assault that
Yeah, and it was quite actually scary. Even, like I said, I'm not afraid to tussle. I'm a wrestler, but it was still scary because she approached so violently and so insanely with so much friggin' rage. It's scary. Yeah, that is certainly an assault. And she, you know what, Kev, for you to downplay that kind of behavior, if something worse happens, Kev, it's on your hands. You have discounted violence. That is violence right there. That woman struck him for no reason. She drove over there, or somebody drove her. She showed up in a motor vehicle with intent, jumped out of the car, didn't even know if the car was stopped, and attacked him. Is that an assault? She's facing charges, dude.
The Secret Service foresaw and warned Peter Murphy about. Are you crazy?
He didn't say a Secret Service. He said a Secret Service agent, I believe is what he said, Kevin. See, are you crazy, Kev? Are you crazy to put that out there without even following up with, even asking Peter Murphy what he meant when he said that?
I mean, it's madness. The Secret Service. So in Peter Murphy's mind, the Secret Service.
He wants to go to something that doesn't even matter. He's just going to something that doesn't matter because Jill Daniels physically and violently set out to attack Turtle Boy, and she did on camera. Kevin doesn't want to talk about that. Kevin wants to make it like it's not an assault, wants to talk about the Secret Service, but is so lazy he doesn't even follow up with Peter Murphy to find out what Peter Murphy is talking about. That's Kevin. Lazy Kevin. Lazy conspiracy theory, focusing on stuff that doesn't matter. It is green cottage. He's very jealous.
Is that what I mean? It's absolutely
It's funny, Kevin.
crazy.
No,
We'll
you're
play,
crazy, Kevin. You are insane.
we'll play another minute or two, but
21 minutes for police cruisers to respond in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, I believe, for a serious incident. It could have escalated. And never heard anything from the select board, like some sort of an internal review or, what happened. Or the select board has looked into this and they're looking at reasons why it took 21 minutes on a 911.
look at young Jelly nodding and then shaking his head. He's so disturbed by all this. Oh, Jelly. What did they teach you under the sea?
Call to get emergency response.
I think they taught me, Kevin, how not to fall for fools like you. I mean, you are so jealous, dude. Kev, did you really get mad at June? You must have got really upset when you saw us jump that many subscribers. When you saw how many views we were getting every single night. Which one got you the maddest? Was it when just recently we had Melanie and Turtle Boy and Bederow on the show? And it was like 80,000 views in one night, like even before the 24 hours was up. Was that the night? Or was it the 100,000 that we got just broadcasting at Canton Select Board meeting? Which night got you like you were just so upset, Kevin? Or was it just like one other night when you had like 18 people in your chat? He's seething. I like the young jelly. The thing about a jellyfish is they will sting the shit out of you. They look all nice and oh, look at that little beautiful jellyfish. Next thing you know, you got 5 or 6 stings. You're done. You're all done. I'll be the jelly. I've been my whole life. There was always this thing in class. I would be on the first day of class. I would be in last place in everything. And on the last day, and this is the same thing with sports too, I'd be the MVP. I'd be number 1. I was always the one that was underestimated, that overachieved. You know how many times I won most improved player, most improved athlete? It's my whole life. So you can call me Young Jelly Dude. I love it. I love when losers especially underestimate. Because that's why I have 36,000 subs, Kevin. You got what? A bag of shit. You got Chris Albert sending you pizza money. Right, Kev?
Vehicles to a scene in the center of town, which is a centrally located hub in the center of Canton. Again, that speaks volumes to these people are supposed to be overseeing their department. There's a major issue of concern in 17 or 21 minute response. Apparently doesn't come across their radar screen and be a problem.
So just to refresh people who may not know exactly Peter Murphy, who stayed in the closet, so to speak, on this for a long time. But so last year in August.
So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Stayed in the closet. Peter never stayed in the closet. That's a weird term to use too, but go ahead, Kevin.
I told Sean on the phone. Now, I used to talk to him almost every day on the phone.
I. Kevin's a lot about I.
I didn't know that he was going to
drink every time Kevin says I.
Go in this direction. I thought he was a respectable former law enforcement officer that was. Jellyfish has Haley breath. Interesting. I don't even think Jelly would kiss her, but I don't know. Salty under the sea, Haley breath, I guess. But so I'm talking to Sean, and I told him, I said, look, I said,
I'm trying to
sorry,
drink
just
every
getting
time.
I said, look, Sean, if you can get an image from a video early enough in the day that shows the condition of that taillight. If it's cracked but not missing pieces, there's a conspiracy. If it's missing pieces, there's not a conspiracy. And I was on the fence, just trying to get to the truth. I'm no Brandy Churchwell. I want to get to the truth, and so that's what I told him. Well, within days, he got back to me. I should show you these pictures now. He told me I can't share them back then, and I never did. But they were the pictures that we've all seen now in the trial. They were of Karen's taillight from the Sally Port. Somehow he had his hands on those. How?
I can't even.
Now I
keep
knew
up.
that he
Every
had
time I try to put the cup
connections.
down, Kevin says "I" again. Did you see that? I couldn't even put the cup down. I, Kevin. I told him. I did. I don't even think Young Jelly. Talking about me kissing people. It's like talking to a 12-year-old over here.
With the Canton police. So I knew we were told that he had connections with someone that was a retired Canton police officer who is basically turned out to be this guy, Peter Murphy. So I didn't know was this guy that had the one that had the access to what was clearly discovery material that was presumably taken by the state police, because it was before the taillight was removed. So I don't even think it could have been taken by Karen's private investigators. So how would he get so the only people that would have access to that would be Karen, because it was in discovery and obviously the state. But was it who was talking to Karen? Was it this Peter Murphy? Was it Sean? We now know it was Sean.
Kevin wants to know so he can report back to his handlers with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. That's another thing I should know for people who aren't aware, that in the past, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office threatened me with criminal arrest for witness intimidation for something that I did nothing wrong except do journalism. And because of that, I found out that Coffin Daffer, Turtle Boy obviously found that out. Coffin Daffer made a deal with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to help them. And David Traub, PR hack with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, also enlisted Gretchen Voss. And I found out that they also recruited Grant Smith Ellis, Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales, and they gave them an envelope of information. And they also recruited Kate Peters. And the deal with her, the other two guys, they wanted access. Like Gretchen Voss, they want access. They want information. KP, her deal was to get help with her charges, her own criminal cases. So anything that Kevin says is propaganda for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Kevin is a spokesperson for David Traub and the Norfolk County DA's office. And he is in touch, we know, have confirmation. He's talked to Bukaki. He's talked to Proctor. He's talked to Tully. He's talked to Elizabeth Proctor.
But back then I didn't know. And this is also around the time when he starts telling me it's all about Wanless, Detective Brian Wanless, not detective, Officer Brian Wanless, who I think is now since retired, but he's a Canton police officer who happens to own his own auto body shop.
Nothing to see that Brian Wanless. Let's go through the list, Kev. This is why Kevin's such a joke. Let's look at all the police officers who are either under investigation, suspended, or retired. Brian Wanless retires. Canton Police. Kevin Albert, suspended with pay from the Canton Police Department. Michael Proctor, suspended without pay from the Massachusetts State Police. Brian Tully, under internal affairs investigation with the Massachusetts State Police. Bukaki, under investigation, internal affairs with the Massachusetts State Police. Fanning, Trooper John Fanning, was also under internal investigation. Apparently, they couldn't find anything on him. He's been cleared somewhat. And then you got Chief Berkowitz, Chief Wiggum, Canton Police Department. Oh, he just decided to retire. You have Brian Albert, Boston Police. He just decided to retire. And Brian Wanless, nothing to see, Kevin. Nothing to see. Now, don't bring any of that up, Kev. There's nothing to see. But it's this guy, this one truth teller from the Canton Police, Peter Murphy. He's the issue because he's talking too much truth. That's the issue. It's Peter Murphy. How dare he try to find out what was actually going on?
And so what these guys were saying, so Peter Murphy used to be the supervisor of Brian Wanless when he was.
And let's not forget the FBI head that came and spoke at Berkowitz's retirement party. He just retired. They all just retire. Nothing to see. It's just a coincidence.
Still active on the force. So Murphy, wanting to get involved in this case, thinking something was going on, started nosing around and going to talk to all the guys that he used to work with. And Wanless must have told him, yeah, I helped him take off the taillight. Now, there was nothing suspicious about it. And we now know this. We've seen it from the trial, the criminologist, a woman who was...
Nothing suspicious wasn't reported in any police reports. Brian Wanless would have never been known to have been there if it wasn't for Peter Murphy finding out and reporting it. Peter Murphy thought it was so important. He called the U.S. Attorney's Office and they wanted to hear about it. And not only did they want to hear about it, Levy talked to him directly on the phone and then sent 2 FBI agents out to talk to him for a couple hours.
On the chem team for the state police had trouble getting the taillight off. And someone said, hey, we got a guy that works here who's an auto body guy. So he said, sure.
Not
so she
suspicious.
said, sure.
That's why the FBI came out and talked to Peter Murphy for 2 hours about it. Not suspicious. Kevin knows more than the FBI agents.
Sure. So under her supervision, Brian Wanless helped remove that taillight. There's nothing suspicious about that. And this was days after the crime, days after January 29th. So there's nothing weird about it at all. But to these guys, it was an aha. Wanless is the key. All right. Because Wanless was co-opted by the conspirators to remove the taillight. Why? So they could take pieces and somehow race it over to 34 Fairview. And this is when I started really trying to dig into the timeline of when those pieces were found, when was the SUV towed, and where was the SUV all day.
And this is where Kevin got full of shit too. And it was so obvious because Kevin's timeline included Michael Proctor, his lie about when the car got towed. And when Turtle Boy proved that the car got towed an hour before Michael Proctor said it did, and the way he proved that is through, number one, a Ring camera at Karen's house, or Karen's parents' house, excuse me. And also from the police department indicting themselves when they called for the tow truck. So it was double confirmed that Kevin was going with bullshit information from Michael Proctor. When that happened, Kevin didn't change his story at all. It's like it didn't happen. See, that's the thing with Kevin. It's not about evidence. It's about sticking to the story.
And it was within weeks of me asking that questions and digging into it and getting documents and talking to various people of realizing, no, there was just no time. There was no opportunity to tamper with this taillight. But these guys don't ask that kind of questions because they're not smart. I know that if that seems not nice to say it, I'm sorry. They're not smart guys.
Projecting Kevin. I mean, he's a guy who's accomplished nothing. What has he ever accomplished in his life? Telling people they're not smart. I mean, he went to a pretty good school, actually, Clark University. What has he done with his life? Like, what's his biggest accomplishment using his brain if he's so smart? Projecting Kevin.
All right. And you don't have to be that smart to figure this stuff out, but they're not that smart. And
look who's talking. Oh my God. Projection, buddy.
They could have asked those questions, and they didn't. They could have said, well, how does this make sense? When was that taillight? Why would you have to remove the taillight in order to get pieces off it? Couldn't you just take a pair of pliers and pull some pieces off the broken taillight? They don't ask those kind of questions. But they were all about Wanless. And this is Peter Murphy. This was This was the big thing that he discovered. This was the only evidence that him and Sean ever had about anything. And the only evidence, that's it. The only thing they ever reported that had a kernel of truth in it. And
so there's a kernel of truth, huh? Because I remember, Kev, when you said that Wanless never took off the taillight. Remember that, Kevin? Remember you said that never happened? Like a lot of things you said, Kev.
the kernel was, yes, this officer, Brian Wanless, did own his own auto body shop and did help the state police, in particular the chem team agent officer, to take off that taillight. That's it. That's it. There's no connection. I remember also in the picture, there's this big, long, jagged scratch above the taillight. You can see it in the photos that came out in the trial. These were taken in the SAB report. And I can't tell for sure, but I would say this scratch looks to be 8 inches, maybe even more. But it's hard to tell size when you're looking at. Well, it's certainly, actually, maybe more, because it looks to be about 1.5 times the length of the taillight itself. So let's guess that the taillight, and I don't remember the measurements, is say 8 inches. So it looked, so that thing is probably about a foot long scar. But to Sean and Murphy, that was Wanless, the nervous Wanless, slipping with his tool, his screwdriver, and going all the way up and leaving this long, jagged scar. I kid you not. This is what they think. So now that's someone that the Secret Service is going to be working with about this massive conspiracy. It's insane. It's insane how anybody takes this stuff seriously.
Where did anyone say that the Secret Service was working with anybody? That wasn't said. Do you see how dishonest Kevin is? Very dishonest. The liar. A fraud. He's lazy. He's full of himself.
So,
yeah. It seems selective too, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like suspicious that, like, all those other times they showed up right away at the center of town when it was to protect Chris Albert, basically? But
Yeah, the Canton Nine certainly drew. The Canton Nine drew an immediate response.
Right.
I have a friend who was actually a retired police officer who was going through the center.
See where Kevin gets real quiet about the response time. I'm surprised he even aired this part of it, because this was the most important part of it.
Town, and they indicated when the cruisers came flying from all directions to address the Canton Nine, who were peacefully either seated or standing at the corner at Bolivar Street. That person that related the story told me, said, you would have thought there was, a plane crash or a bank robbery going on. Cruisers, blue lights.
So if you were to listen to this accounting,
see, of course he skips ahead right here, right? Go ahead, Kev.
And knowing nothing at all about what happened, you'd be shocked to learn that this big event that the Secret Service warned him about was an 85-year-old woman.
He didn't say the Secret Service. He said a Secret Service agent. We don't know if that's a retired agent. We don't know if that's a current agent. We don't know anything about what that is about, Kevin.
Smacking a phone out of the hand of Turtle Boy because he was filming Colin or taking pictures of Colin.
Oh, is that why? Is that why? Kev, how do you know that? Did Chris Albert tell you that? How do you know that's why Jill showed up? How did Jill know that Aiden was taking pictures of Colin? I haven't even seen any pictures of Colin from Aiden. I saw a little video. How did Jill know? How did she know, Kevin? Sounds like you might know how Jill knew that, right, Kev? Sounds like something Chrissy might have done. Sounds like Chrissy might have used this kid to get crazy Jill out there to come up and assault Turtle Boy. Is that what happened, Kevin?
That's it. And that for some reason, the Canton police didn't show up because what?
For some reason, right, Kev? For just some reason. I don't know why
because they wanted this 85-pound woman to beat the crap out of Turtle.
85 years old or 85 pounds? Do you think, Kev, how would the Canton police even know that Jill was attacking Turtle Boy? All they knew there was an incident going on, is I'm assuming. And I'm pretty sure they knew it entailed D&E Pizza or Turtle Boy, and they decided to take their sweet ass time getting there. And it's pretty damn obvious.
Boy, is that what the conspiracy is here? So the Canton police were told, stand down. Just like in Benghazi, they got the stand down order, right? Stand down. Don't show up to this call. Let Jill Daniels beat the crap out of Turtle Boy. Well, I guess if Kate can beat him up, so can Jill, right? I don't know. But this is how crazy this is. That people
It's so funny. The jokes are funny when it's about assaulting Turtle Boy. Very interesting how that works, Kevin.
will connect dots. It's not even like you could connect dots in an interesting way, I guess.
It's like, it's not really about Karen Reed's innocence. It's just about your anger for Turtle Boy. That's what this is all about. And you're okay with violence, with unprovoked violence. That's what you're known for now, Kevin.
I don't know, the JFK case or whatever, but this is like weird. It's so stupid. It's like one half a step above retarded.
Now, I don't even like playing that language on the show, but this is Kevin. This is Kevin's language. And I just want to note something too. He's comparing the police not showing up for 12 minutes, which is a documented fact, downtown area. Comparing that to the JFK conspiracy. Like, is that like police show up late sometimes? It happens quite a bit when they don't want to respond to somebody's business. It happens. And it's not a conspiracy. It's just the cops deciding, you know what? Let's finish this cup of coffee. Let's just wait a few minutes. We don't need to get a rush over there. We don't like them people. That's all it is. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not JFK, CIA. This is Kevin is being insane. Kevin is being silly. Kevin is foolish. Kevin talks about the conspiracies. He's the only one that said he brought in the Kennedys in on this. He's just as bad as the guy talking about bulges alive. There's some crazy people attached to this, and Kevin is one of them. Kevin actually said the Kennedys are behind Karen Reed, or they're against Karen Reed. I can't even figure it out, actually. He had such a big conspiracy theory about Rachel Rollins and JFK Jr. or whatever. No, Robert, I forget. The Kennedy that ran. He had such a big conspiracy, I can't even keep track of it, and I'm a political junkie. Kevin is a conspiracy theorist. Kevin thinks that the whole thing, Karen Reed is controlling the U.S. federal government. He thinks that, apparently he thinks that the Karen Reed and her family are like CIA deep state operatives that control the FBI and the U.S. district attorney. And I mean, come on. That's Kevin. Kevin thinks that they're hooked in with the Kennedy family and that the Kennedy family is pulling the strings to get political payback against Rachel Rollins. I mean, that's Kevin. Kevin's the one who jumps through any conspiracy he can. He's the guy who likes Bigfoot.
I don't know if it's politically correct to use that word anymore. But speaking of retarded, let's bring in the next guest.
Speaking of Kevin, who is, you know what?
Idiots.
He is an idiot. Kevin is a legitimate, simple mind. Simple minds always think they're the smartest people.
This is the lawyer, the grifting lawyer who has joined the defense team. I'm telling you, whenever I see him post, I always put 10 guys in any bar, 10 drunks in any bar. People get mad at me that I'm being mean.
No, they don't get mad at you. You're being mean. They laugh at you for being a fool. You're one of the 10 drunks in the bar. And it's so bad. You are at PR when you point back at yourself like, I'm just a dumb bartender. Which you want to deny, which you want to run away from. Your biggest accomplishment in life is that you serve people alcohol. That was it, Kevin. That's your biggest accomplishment in life. And you guys want to come at me for being a dog walker. I'm proud to be a dog walker. That's providing a service a lot of people can't do. They can't handle it. Physically and mentally challenging job. And to keep the dog safe and happy, a lot of people can't handle that job. I'm very glad I can handle that job. I think most people can handle serving some beers. That's not very difficult, Kevin. Let's be serious. So, any 10 drunks in the bar is you. And you're talking about a criminal defense attorney who wasn't just a criminal defense attorney. He's a guy who represented an FBI agent fighting for his life, going to federal prison for the rest of his life. And he was innocent. And he hired attorney Mark Bederow, and Bederow won. They won the case. That's the type of attorney Bederow is. And not just that, Bederow put people in prison. Bederow was a prosecutor with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, like pretty much like the best district attorney's office in the country, definitely on the East Coast. They do the biggest cases. This guy has so much experience, and he's so well spoken. And there's a reason why you throw the insults on Bederow, but you don't put them on the show here. And this is what I'm pointing out to Kevin. Kevin tried to come at us with this little montage that he put out there, but it was just a couple of quick clips and then him talking shit about us. And the only reason he put up quick clips is because he wanted to get the clickbait, but he didn't want people to hear what was being said on the show, because he knows he can't play a lot of Bederow, because Bederow impresses anyone that hears him speak. And especially when Bederow talks about this case, because Bederow knows his shit, unlike Kevin. So this is Kevin's game. He picked a couple cherry picking. He went on against Peter Murphy about Brian Wanless, where Peter Murphy was right the whole time about Brian Wanless, that it would get brought up in court, that it was important, that it did happen. The whole time that Peter Murphy reported on that on Sean's show, Kevin said none of it happened, that Brian Wanless never touched the taillight. He lied. So Peter was right. Kevin was wrong. Then Kevin goes after him about the Secret Service comment that we don't even know what it means. Kevin doesn't know what it means. He's just speculating, because he has nothing to go after Peter for. Peter was really good on the show. People loved it. And now he's going to try to go after Bederow and say Bederow is like 10 drunks, but he doesn't give Bederow any real airtime. And there's no question why. Let's see. Let's see how Bederow sounds compared to Kevin.
You can find 10 drunks in any bar right now in the state of Massachusetts that are smarter than this guy. He's that dumb. But listen to this.
For the first time.
You cannot find 10 drunks in any bar that are smarter than Bederow. I mean, that's just an asinine comment that nobody believes. This is the problem with Kevin's propaganda. It is not believable. If you're going to do good propaganda, you got to have an element of truth, Kevin. There's no element of truth in your propaganda here. It is the weakest shit. The only one that looks like a moron, that looks low IQ, that has a big ego, likes to hear himself speak a lot, is Kevin Linehan, the Yellow Cottage clown.
Same for
I
you. And
hope all is well. I enjoy your shows, and I understand that you probably will be representing perhaps somebody else that's involved in the periphery of this case, or directly involved, which I'm glad to hear. I'll let you tell that story. I don't mean to steal your thunder.
that's okay. Well, let me start with the following. People need to realize how police culture works. And for somebody like Peter, who spent, a lifetime in law enforcement, and for someone like me on a much different level, worked with cops, both as a prosecutor and in private practice for years, there is a culture, and there are things that are generally never done, no matter what, the so-called blue wall or whatever. And what you're hearing tonight is like real hero stuff. I joked in the comments, you're like Serpico. And I mean that sincerely. In a town that small, in a town that incestuous, in a town controlled by like 2 or 3 families, it feels like, and their friends, to take the stand, knowing all these people.
Now I'm going to stop it there before Kevin goes after the Serpico comment. Attorney Bederow, just got to remind people how Attorney Bederow got all involved in this. He had a friend who's another attorney locally that he grew up with. Attorney Bederow grew up in Framingham. So we had a friend who's a local attorney who said, you should check out this case. Knowing that Attorney Bederow is a criminal defense attorney, and Attorney Bederow, well, kind of looking at it on Twitter, and he made a few comments back to Wendy Murphy, because Wendy Murphy is another fellow attorney, and she was making crazy comments, like insane. And Attorney Bederow was calling it out. And I noticed it. And I was like, shit, who's this guy? And I looked him up and I realized, wow, this guy is legit. He's a real criminal defense attorney. He's a former prosecutor. I've had some of them on my show, so I know what, I know what it's about. And when I looked at where he actually prosecuted, it wasn't some suburb. It was Manhattan District Attorney. For me in Massachusetts, when it's a Suffolk District Attorney, usually my antenna raises, because I know those guys are the ones that did the gang cases. Those are the bigger cases. Yippie's going. I'm going to take a quick pause. Let Yippie out. I'll be right back. Hold 1 sec. Yippie is gone. All right. So when I noticed Bederow, I decided I got to invite this guy on the show. And his first thing is like, I'll comment on the attorney. I'll comment on Wendy because she's out of control. And I know her statements are like ridiculous, but I don't know that much about the case. I don't feel that comfortable. I said, okay, fine. We'll just talk about Wendy Murphy, what she said. And by the time he come on the show, he started reading more about it. He said, I feel more comfortable saying a few things. And then I had him back again. And by that time, he started really doing his research. And so for Attorney Bederow, he didn't seek this out. He wasn't looking to get famous. He wasn't looking for a grift. He was actually asked by us and one of his friends and this community that watched him on the shows to do a public service. And he never made a dime off of any of it. And the guy's given hours of his time. You know what he charges for his practice? So think about how much time he has actually donated just to public education for all sides, for all of us to know what is actually going on. What does it mean in court? And even like Kevin Reddington, who represents Jennifer McCabe, said, you know what? This guy's a good guy. He's good at what he does. Even Kevin Reddington, one of the biggest criminal defense attorneys in Massachusetts, done all these murder trials. Even he understands the value of what Bederow brings to the table for his clients. So that's who Attorney Bederow is. Public service. And now recently, he's obviously going to help defend Turtle Boy, but he had no expectation that this was going to lead to any type of personal benefit for him. He was just doing it because it interested him and he wanted to share with everyone else. So here's a guy doing a public service with his great skills, and Kevin calls him a grifter. When Kevin is just nothing but a grifter. I mean, he takes money from the McAlberts.
I'm sorry. I don't know how much more you guys can take of this. So
how much more?
Murphy is a hero. He's like Serpico. He's working.
Kevin can't take much more of this because Kevin knows this is the truth. Kevin, this is the problem. Kevin wanted to make this whole episode about us, but he couldn't even play the video because he knew it would make him look like a fool.
Undercover. Do you see the pattern here? It's the same bullshit that Sean's talking about. This massive conspiracy, 2 or 3 crime families that control everything. Again,
making up shit that we never said. If you listen to Attorney Bederow or even my show, that's not said. Not going to say Sean had a guest on that I don't agree with. I think Nick is off his rocker. I think everything that Turtle says about Nick is true. And I've stated that. And Kevin tries to tie Attorney Bederow and myself into the Nikki Fiorello crazy stuff, which none of us agree with. This is how disingenuous Kevin is. Kevin is a liar and a fraud. And Kevin can do that because he's got no assets. Kevin's just a guy who sits in his mom's attic.
even though they live in just ordinary houses and own very small businesses. I mean, it's unbelievable, you know, but they're the center of this cartel conspiracy. And I'm just gonna put on the fan. It's madness. And Bederow, is it Bederow or Bederow? I forget, doesn't matter. He's a lawyer, and he's now joining Turtle Boy's team. And he says that Murphy's a hero.
An attorney that joined Turtle Boy's team. That is not what an attorney would do if they're trying to represent someone. I mean, what's the problem with that?
For reporting all this stuff about the Secret Service. Oh, it's madness.
Lies.
And this is, I got to think that Karen is looking at this and, I mean, unless she's just amused.
See, more speculation. More speculation. And more bullshit, because Karen's team loves Attorney Bederow. They know how good he is. This guy is so full of shit. He's talking about the Secret Service. He's talking about Soros. He's talking about all the stuff that we don't talk about on the show. Like, there's nothing that he's touched so far that's actual factual. Now he's going to say that Karen Reed's defense team doesn't support what we're doing, that we're making Karen Reed look bad. No. None of that. If we're making Karen Reed's defense team look bad, why do we have 36,000 subscribers? And I've never been on court TV. You are on court TV night after night after night, Kevin. You have less than 10,000 subs. Who's making who look bad, Kevin?
Who's by it? Because Karen's not dumb. Karen's an intelligent woman. All right. I'm not saying she's a rocket scientist either. She didn't come up with this social media plan.
So I was asking, every time I say Dickie, they think I'm talking about Rocco. No, I'm talking about Nick Farello. The guy that Sean had on his show recently. He's very controversial. He blames things on George Soros. He's got a lot of judgments. He's got a criminal case against him. To me, he looks like a scammer. Just going to say it. And basically, Kevin is trying to tie us in with that guy. And that's one of the reasons I don't like Nick Fiorello involved in the Free Karen Reed movement, because exactly what's going on here. They're trying to tie us in with some crazy guy. So, and obviously, I don't support Nicky Fiorello. But Kevin is pretending that Bederow and I do. And that's not true at all. And it's, again, Kevin being a liar and a fraud. And it's funny, Kevin doesn't want to talk about how he tied in with Kate Peters. He's tied in with Kimberly Fear, who does criminal shit every day, who's got 2 civil lawsuits against her. He doesn't want to talk about those people who he actually works with. He doesn't want to talk about the Norfolk County DA or Bukaki or Proctor or Tully, who he cooperates with. He doesn't want to talk about Mr. Traub with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. He doesn't want to talk about his ties to Morrissey, but he wants to make up fake conspiracies that we're not supporting. That's Kevin. Kevin's full of shit. And Kevin is actually the conspiracy theorist. He's the one who said the Kennedys. He said the Kennedys are involved in helping Karen Reed or against Karen Reed. I can't even figure out the conspiracy, actually. Are the Kennedys, is Ted Kennedy's dead body, is he helping Karen Reed or is he against Karen Reed? Can someone ask that? Ask Kevin if zombie Ted Kennedy is supporting or against Karen Reed. I want to know. We got to get to the bottom of that conspiracy theory Kevin brought out a few months ago.
And she didn't sit there and scheme it all out. No, she was reacting to opportunities. And initially going to Turtle Boy and having to get the story out, but then seeing this massive public reaction to it, and then this social media phenomena, there wasn't a plan for her to have people like Young Jelly and Sean and Olivia on the team. This is just something that evolved. She was smart enough to recognize it. So she's no rocket scientist, but she's no dummy. But she's definitely intelligent enough to be looking at this stuff that Sean is putting out there and Young Jelly's putting out there, and this weirdo Bederow, and saying, what is going on? Is this really helping me? Because the thing is after, so the media really grifted on this trial, you know, Ted Daniel and a lot of the channels, NECN, to try to, because the conspiracy sells, you know. And so over the last several months, for people that are only loosely paying attention to events and didn't follow the case or the evidence closely, it's not unreasonable for them to think there was something that weird that went on here. And that's exactly what Karen wants. That's because her goal is to get out of jail. Her goal is not to prove there was a conspiracy, just to create enough reasonable doubt. But if you go too far, it's jumping the shark. That's an old term in the showbiz industry that relates to Happy Days when they ran out of material. They had Fonzie.
That's Kevin to a T. I mean, have you seen some of the videos? You know what? If you're not following the Taillight Whisperer, it's Shawnee Sean on Twitter. I highly suggest you, if you want more good Kevin content, they got some really good content of him.
Jump a shark, and it was absurd. And so they're jumping the shark now. Not Karen, but these idiots.
Yeah, these idiots like Kevin who think the Kennedys are now backing the dead Ted Kennedy. Dead Ted Kennedy. Not the dead Kennedys, but the actual dead Kennedys are now supporting Karen Reed. They showed up to help Rachel Rollins, even though Rachel Rollins was against them in an election. Is that what was Kev? I'm really, it's hard to keep up. This was a few months ago. Do people remember this one when Kevin had the Kennedy conspiracy? He's had a lot of conspiracy theories about Karen Reed and how she controls the federal government and the FBI. And one of them was about the Kennedys. And I can't remember if the Kennedys were pro Karen Reed, if dead Ted Kennedy was pro Karen Reed or against Karen Reed. I think JFK Jr. and the QAnon, I think that they were supporting Karen Reed in this conspiracy theory. Is that right, Kevin? Tell us about your QAnon conspiracy theory about Karen Reed, Kevin.
Like Sean and Young Jerk and Mark Bederow and Peter Murphy, who are out there trying to claim that there's this elaborate George Soros-led conspiracy.
See, that right there, Kevin. Kevin, I'm just going to say it once. I've never sued anyone in my life. But you better put a retraction on that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Attorney Bederow never said that on our show. And I never said that on our show. And that's anti-Semitic bullshit that I do not support. And it's disgusting that you would ever say that about myself or Attorney Bederow without reaching out to us, without actually listening to anything that we ever said about it. And it's provably false. And I think that you know that. So if I were you, Kevin, I would suggest retracting that statement. Maybe making an apology. Because I don't know about you, but I mean, maybe we have to go after your mom's assets.
That Canton is somehow the center of events, not counting that little island that they got off the shore where they secretly run the world or about to take over the world. It's crazy.
No, you're crazy.
It's crazy. I don't,
You basically
if I just
tied
you
myself and Bederow into someone that was never on our show, that never got any support on our show. Provably, we called it out. I called it out publicly. I'm pretty sure Attorney Bederow might have called it out too. And you went up and slimed us and lied and said that we support the great conspiracy theory. We don't do that on our show, Kevin. And the fact is, you couldn't play any video showing that we did that. You didn't reach out to us and ask us about it, Kevin, because you're a fraudster. You're a liar. This is why people question your cancer diagnosis. I don't ever want to go there. I had cancer. I'm a cancer survivor. I had bladder cancer. My aunt got diagnosed with the same bladder cancer I had. She died. My grandfather had lung cancer, At the same time, he died. So that's how seriously I take the cancer thing, buddy. But there's a reason why people question your GoFundMe for your cancer. It's because you lie. You go on your show and you lie, like obvious lies. I don't support the grand conspiracy. I don't support the Soros stuff. You're a fraudster. You're a liar. And I expected a retraction, Kevin. And I'm asking for it. And I'm specifically calling out what you lied about. See, this is how you do it, Kimberly Fair. Kimberly Fair keeps saying we're going to get sued. I say, sued for what? Tell me a statement that needs retracting or apologizing or looking into. Never comes up with any statement that we say. That's when you know you're actually criminally harassing somebody, Kimberly. So I'm quoting you, Kevin, and I'm asking you to research it. Use your brain, your little fucking brain, not the one down here that you talk about the girls all the time with. The one up here, that little peon brain. Use your brain, Kevin.
This was happening, you wouldn't believe it. So you have to watch it for yourself. You have to look at their posts on Twitter, and you have to watch some of their shows. I don't really watch. It's painful to watch this because the level of stupidity is just.
You obviously don't watch,
unless you're trying to make yourself laugh.
Because if you did, you would know that we never said that. You would know that we never say or do anything that you claim on our show. So you're lazy. You decided to try to grift off of us, and you didn't actually listen to the content. You're just trying to capitalize. You're hoping that even like 100 people that hate you will watch you because you're talking about the Young Jurks. That's it. You're trying to capitalize off our popularity because you have none, and because you're insanely jealous of my show and how hard I work and the guests that I have. And you're insanely jealous that Bederow is the leading voice on the Karen Reed. Turtle Boy and Bederow are the top two voices on Karen Reed. And you're insanely jealous of it because you're not even in the conversation, Kevin. I'm higher up on the food chain than you, Kevin. Brandy is higher on the food chain. And you're insanely jealous. The Glera, LTL, higher on the food chain than you. You are insanely jealous. Mazza Media, my sidekick, my boy, higher on the food chain than you, Kevin. You're insanely jealous. And it's see-through at this point. And you're lazy. I mean, look at me. I run a full-time business. I can barely keep up with my life. And I do more shows, better content than you. I have more credibility. And I'm working half-time. You can't even follow up and fact-check basic shit that you air on your show, Kevin. You're a failure. You're lazy. You're a fraud. And everybody sees it, Kevin. And that's why we laugh at you.
At it, you almost end up crying for the state of humanity because it's so bad that Young Joey's going to have like 80,000 views for this video.
There it is. That's what he's really jealous of. Did you hear that? Young Jelly is going to have 80,000 views like he does every single show now. And you're fucking insanely jealous about it. That's the real problem, isn't it, Kevin? 80,000 views and people love it. And people respect it. And people look at the credibility of the show. We don't talk down to people. We don't talk over people. We don't call people effing losers on the show like you do when you have a guest that you can't agree with. We're strong in our convictions. We're respectful. And you know what else, Kev? I'm a little bit humble. I try to be humble. I mean, losers like you actually make me go more ego-based, unfortunately. But truthfully, I try to stay humble. Everything you don't. You are so full of yourself, and you're so lazy. Deep down, we know you hate yourself. You are a self-hating sabotager. You sabotage your whole channel, and now you're upset about it. And you're really mad that the Young Jelly has 80,000 views. Oh, no. Do you hear him quote that? He knows exact. See, that's the thing. Kevin can't bear to listen to the content, but he's checking it out to see how many views I have. And that's an accurate number, 80,000. He knows. He knows that That show got 80,000 views. It's eating you alive, Kev. That's probably why I wouldn't doubt if you did get the cancer. You're so jealous. Green, it's the Green Cottage show. I mean, he's green with envy. Green with envy. The guy is just full of it.
80,000 views for this video of complete nonsense. There's nothing in it that's not nonsense.
See, there we go. He calls it complete nonsense, but doesn't address anything in the video tonight. He didn't address any of it. None of it. None of it. He just made up shit that we didn't even say. But his main criticism is that we get 80,000 views, and he didn't. That's really what Kevin is upset about.
And he's just sitting there like a dope.
Like a
Under
dope,
the sea.
laughing all the way to the bank, buddy. Seriously. You're losing, Kevin. You are a loser. And you know what else I'm laughing about, Kevin? We're right. We chose right on this. Karen Reed is innocent. She wasn't found guilty. A jury of her peers could not find her guilty after months and years of this. That's what I'm smiling about, Kevin. You lost, and you're going to continue to lose. And this story isn't going to change. And I'm going to sit back. I'm going to do less shows, and they're all going to be big. And I'm just going to enjoy my time because we chose right. We sided with the rational attorney, Mark Bederow, over KP and Grant Smith Ellis and your whack pack, your true crime. Look at who's standing with you, Kevin. Where's your Mark Bederow? You have nobody. You got Jennifer Coffindaffer? You don't have an attorney, Mark Bederow, on your side. You know, we have Andrea Burkhart. I could go on. I mean, it's just not Bederow either.
I don't know. Okay, this sounds important. Oh my, it's unbelievable.
Oh. He is so mad. Oh, 80,000. Young Kelly got 80,000 views.
How stupid these people are. I know if my sister's watching,
stupid. I'm not more popular. Everyone is stupid except for me. You're all so stupid.
she's getting mad. She's like, you got to be nice. I want you to be nice to everybody. But at some point,
Even his mom, is that his mom? His mom's telling him, like, stop being a baby. I know I babied you too much. That's the way I look at Kevin too. Like he looks like he got coddled as a child. I mean, that's one thing you'll know about me is I came up rough. You could tell. I'm a little rough around the edges, right? I grew up rough. I did. Like I've said many times on this show, I got in a lot of fights. But by high school, the fights were over. So think about that. Middle school and younger, a lot of fights. A lot of fights. I want to thank Stephanie, one of our moderators. She just gifted 10 memberships. Congrats to the new members tonight. Thanks, Stephanie. I want to thank our moderators, Stephanie, MJ, Jennifer, and Miss Shorty. Thank you so much for moderating our chat.
look, like I said, if you want to say stupid things about who built the pyramids, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, the Egyptians built the pyramids. But if you want to tell me that some alien race landed here and for some reason decided to build out of stone, okay, it's a fun theory.
See, there we go. Just totally make up shit that has nothing to do with anything. Because Kevin can't actually talk about what's in the video, what's in the content. He tried to grift everyone by getting them to, he's going to go after the Young Jurks and show you what's wrong with their show and their program and what they're presenting. But then talked about UFOs, which were never mentioned on the show. I mean, that's Kevin. Full of shit. Lazy. Doesn't even listen to the show.
Theory, I don't care. I'm not mad at you. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. You have an entertaining view of the world, and I like it. But when you're peddling nonsense that is being used by gullible people to target innocent people and try to destroy their lives.
Like you're doing for the Norfolk County DA's office. For what? For access. Because they made you feel intelligent. Because they rubbed your friggin' meaningless, self-hating ego. Because they rubbed you a little bald head and said, Kevin, you're so special. We picked you to represent the facts. That's all this is about for you, Kevin. Everything you're saying is about yourself. You're the one who actually is trying to put an innocent person in jail because the state of Massachusetts, Michael Morrissey, made you feel special. And because Turtle Boy hurt your feelings. And now you're jealous at the success of my show because I took the opposite tact. That's the truth, Kevin. And everybody knows it. And you're a snitch rat bastard. Everything you're saying is about you. You are projecting.
I have every right and I have a responsibility to call you an idiot.
I. Kevin thinks he's very important. Kev, you're nothing. You're nobody. You're a guy in his attic giving us entertainment. Most of the people watching you are laughing their ass off at you.
I have a responsibility to. It wouldn't be. It would be wrong of me.
You
not
have a responsibility to go up and lie about all the content on my show, Kevin. Say that we talked about Soros and all this other crap that we never ever talk about, except to put down because we don't agree with it.
to. And each one of us has a
I
responsibility.
got a lot of people I love who are Jews. So when you say that I say that Soros shit, it pisses me the F off, Kevin. I just got to say that. And it's fraudulent.
Responsibility to look at these people and say, you're idiots. Now,
You're an idiot.
that said, is that the best way to convince? You're never going to convince these people. So what you can do is try to, what we usually do here and have done with other things, and try to convince the people that are on the fence by just care.
Kevin's going to convince people on the fence. This guy is so delusional. If anyone's on the fence, they're watching our show, not yours.
Carefully outlining the facts. And that's generally what we do. We try to outline the facts, it's my approach to this. In fact,
What
we're going
fact
to go over.
Kevin outlined on my show? The only fact he got right is that we have way more listeners than way more people watching our show. That's the only fact I saw he got right. That's the only thing he got right, that we have 80,000 views and he has less than 1,000. That's it. It's the only fact he got right tonight. Everything he said about the Secret Service stuff, all BS, side distraction. Didn't want to talk about how long it took the Canton police to get there. Didn't want to talk about the assaults. Didn't want to talk about all the police that have either retired or been suspended or are under internal affairs investigation. It's like a dozen now. Didn't want to talk about that. Didn't want to talk about Attorney Bederow's record. Just want to insult. And then made up a complete conspiracy theory that we support this guy, Nicky Fiorillo, and his George Soros stuff when we don't. That's what you did, Kevin. You're a fraudster. You're a complete fraud. And it's funny. It's actually funny. I did. I watched this today. I'm probably not laughing enough. I'm getting a little fired up, but I was laughing. I was like, this is so funny. It is funny. It's funny because nobody takes this. Anyone that's a serious person does not take the show serious. They know this is like the lowest. I don't know what's like the least respectable news source you could ever find. That's not even Kevin. Kevin's like 10 notches below that. Like Mad Magazine is too serious. Mad Magazine compared to Kevin's journalism. Mad Magazine is really serious journalism compared to Kevin.
We're here now because this is an interesting case, and then I'll come back to questions later. But the Ellen
Fox
Greenberg
and The
case?
Onion are way more
Because
serious.
it's interesting, and it does have some of the elements.
The Onion is way much more a serious thing than Kevin. It's a facts.
That you would see in this case here, right? And so it's right to ask, is this a person that was murdered? And we're going to see a lot of the common elements here, but the old Sherlock Holmes expression is only when you've eliminated the impossible do you finally get at the possible. But I kind of say it slightly different. That for me, it's you're eliminating all the possibilities. And that's how I've always approached this stuff. It's just think of a rat in a maze, okay? Or think of a human rat in a maze, a human in one of those mazes. You remember those stuff they used to have at like the amusement parks, like Canterbury Lake Park and stuff? It was the House of Mirrors, and it was a maze basically, and it kind of spun around, and you had to walk through it, and you had to figure your way through it. And so there were the whole thing of a maze is dead ends, and so you have to try out that direction, and then when you get to the dead end, you have to remember as you came back and say, okay, don't go down that path again. That's what a rat does in a maze. Well, it's really what we do. We're trying to figure out crime cases. You're eliminating.
That's a story that didn't need to be told. This is the problem with Kevin too. If you were ever a real journalist or a real writer, which you're not, less words, less stories, less sidetracking. Get to the point. No one has time for your 3,000 word Twitter rants. Less words. Better writers use less words, Kevin.
All the dead ends. You're eliminating all the dead ends.
How about all the dead trees?
So you're eliminating the possibilities. And so in this case, in the Karen Reed case, once I knew that it was
once I knew. It's always I with Kevin. I for someone who has nothing. I guess that's all he has is I. I got I.
Not impossible, but all but impossible to have planted evidence in this case. But by the time the CERT team was there, then you know that a conspiracy becomes extremely long odds. And then now when you combine that with the other aspects of the case that are long odds, for example, like I've said, putting someone out to die on your own lawn and all those different people staying quiet. So too many things that each one of them by themselves has very long odds. All of those things have to happen in order for the conspiracy to work. So, that makes it kind of like a 1 in a million thing. And,
Chris Albert pays him.
You want to believe in a 1 in a million chance. All right, have at it. But it's kind of cuckoo.
Says the guy believes the Kennedys are involved in Karen Reed. The Kennedys. Go back and look at Kevin's Twitter. You got to check out the conspiracy theory he floated about the Kennedys, how the Kennedys got involved in the Karen Reed case. The Kennedys.
So let's get to
now. This is it. This is where he stopped talking about us, but I want to play a little more because I just want to show you how Kevin always has to talk about the ladies. It's just every single friggin' time. Watch the way he talks about this woman. Now, this woman is apparently a victim. Just watch how sensitive Kevin talks about this victim.
Now, I'm just going to go kind of quickly through this here. This is an article.
How the sensitive Grifton Kevin.
That I found from True Crime Podcasts. But it's a very well done article. So this is on the Ellen. Let me see if I can find a picture of Ellen first.
Why does he need a picture? Why do you need a picture first, Kev? Very professional show.
Yeah, it's a picture. She's an attractive 27-year-old girl who did have some.
She first thing he says about it is she was attractive. Nothing else is important. Oh, she was 27 and attractive. This is a common theme with Kevin. Every female is attractive. She's a hot soccer mom. Guy's such a perv.
So I get a bigger picture, but some mental health issues. She was on medication.
I gotta show you how attractive she is.
So I can make this bigger. I guess that's about as big as I can get it. So you can see it there, but she's an attractive woman. Oh, I didn't share it.
She's
Hold on a second.
attractive. You hear that? She's attractive. Kevin's got to bring up the picture he's snapping his carrot to earlier. Yeah, mouth breathing. He's getting excited talking about how attractive.
Okay, so
There she is. She's very attractive.
here is Ellen. So she's an attractive 27-year-old.
3 times attractive. That's how he describes her. She's attractive. Nothing else about this woman. Just she's attractive.
woman, and this is 2011. She's a first grade teacher in Philadelphia.
See, it started out. She's a school teacher. Teaches first grade kids. No, first thing he says 3 times. She's attractive. Hey guys, you know she's good looking. She's attractive, guys. He is such a creep. He's gross and he's weak and he's fraudulent and he's lazy. And that's why he's a lazy bum. Kevin is a lazy bum. And that's why he's going to be in his addict. And that's why he's jealous. He's jealous about the 80,000 views we get. He's very upset. And you know what else he's jealous of is the content. See, this is one thing that occurred to me tonight. Clear as day, this guy is afraid for his little pitten audience to see what we're doing on the show. Because he hand selected a couple you notice how he put us on the screen all that time, talked about us a lot, but it was all bullshit. It was all lies and didn't actually play much of the show. And the reason why is because he can't fuck with it. He knows it makes him look bad to his little pitten audience. He's afraid that his 100 people will realize how full of shit he is when they listen to Bederow, when they listen to Peter Murphy, when they listen to myself on the show. He's afraid. And I hate to tell Kev, most of them watch the show, even the haters. Almost all of them will watch it. They know you're full of shit. Even your own people know you're full of shit. And what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to replay the entire 2 hours of Peter Murphy and Attorney Bederow. What Kevin didn't want anybody to see. That's what's coming up next. I'm just going to continue to play the entire interview over. Now, I got to note, in this interview, there were some technical audio issues at certain points. So at certain points, it's not going to be perfect. I apologize for that. We didn't know it was happening at the time. Our mods tried to alert me. I didn't see the text. There was too much going on. But it is a very good interview. Just, bear with us through those parts. It gets better throughout the interview. So some of the beginning, like the first third, there are some audio issues. But I'm going to play it in the entire interview again, because it's clear as day that Kevin doesn't want you to see this. It's clear as day. This is the funniest thing about these trolls. And trolls are going after my parents' 1972 divorce. They're looking up anything they can on me. They've been attacking a lot of us lately because they know they're losing. And I always know that our shows are hitting when the attacks ramp up on me. And the last 3 shows with Peter Murphy and Bederow and even myself, the retirement party, the stuff about Berkowitz and Rafferty, that shit's been hitting. And so much so that Rafferty actually remember I kept saying Rafferty was missing in action. She was in witness protection. We hadn't heard from her. She hadn't made a statement. She had to make a statement about Karen Reed since that show. That's what's freaking him out. That the shows are being seen by so many people. The last 3 shows, the content was so powerful. That's why Kevin came after us. That's why all these other trolls are coming after us again. They thought if they ignored us, it wouldn't catch on. And instead, they're saying, holy shit, Mike's not just getting, even with a lull, he's still going up. Our numbers, there's been a lull since the trial. A lot of the shows, the numbers have gone down. Our numbers aren't going down. So they're upset. They're jealous. So what I'm going to do is going to close out the show. I'm going to play retired Peter Murphy. And I'm going to say, like, I don't know when our next show will be. I think Wednesday night I'm going to have a show that will probably not so much on Karen Reed. We may touch on it, but I got a reporter from Massachusetts who covers police corruption and a lot of other innocent people who have been jailed. So we're going to talk about some of the cases he's exposed. So check that out. Wednesday night, I think it's at 6:30. Should be live then. And maybe another time this week. I want to try to get Bederow and Mazza back up. There's been some other news this week. Christina Rex just posted that the juror, the one that she spoke to earlier, who said that the jury found Karen innocent on 2 charges, she talked to her again, and Christina Rex found out that the juror had talked to the prosecution as well as the defense, and the prosecution never gets back to her. The prosecution isn't interested to know what actually happened with the jury. So there is more breaking news at the moment. It keeps happening. So I'm sure we will be back this week. Just keep checking our YouTube. Check the live. There's always notifications there. Don't miss it. Make sure you subscribe too if you haven't. I want to thank everyone who's been supporting us with super chats, with donations. I had some friends today reach out. They're going to try to make an intro video for our show, which we kind of do need. I just appreciate you all. You guys are very supportive. So let's go to that. We're gonna go to Peter Murphy. We're gonna play the entire interview again. Let me make sure I got the volume up before we go there. And I want to check, make sure I'm not missing any super chats and all that stuff too. I got a question for y'all. Which McAlbert do you think supports Kevin the most? Which McAlbert do you think sends Kevin the most super chat donations? I got a couple people I think are regular. There's a couple people I watch on Kevin's show that give donations that are, anonymous accounts, and I have some suspicion on who those people might be. Who do you think funds Kevin the most from Ken? Who are the Ken McAlberts? Which ones? Margaret sends $10 on the Cash App. She says, thank you for supporting Karen Reed and Aiden Carney. And if you haven't, you can also support Karen and Aiden. They both have defense funds. You can Google them. FreeKarenReed.net is Karen's defense fund. I definitely suggest people support them. Thank you so much for the donation tonight, Margaret. Thank you for watching. Get this up. This is Peter Murphy from the other night. And police sergeant who I talked to back in January, right when I was going through that craziness, that crisis. And I've wanted to get him on ever since. We talked a few times, like briefly, through text and things like that. And a lot of his information that he provided back in January came up in court. So I'm really excited to talk to him. He's talked to the FBI. He visited the FBI at one point about Karen Reed. So we're going to talk to him about everybody. It's, just going back to 2 shows ago where we did the Berkowitz retirement speech, retirement party. It's going back to that. We're going to talk about a lot of those different figures from Kenton, especially the police department and the Mass State Police. Because now you have Kevin Albert, who's been suspended with pay from the Kenton Police Department. You got Michael Proctor for the Mass State Police, who's been suspended without pay. And you have Tully and Buchanan also apparently under internal affairs investigation. Trooper John Fanning was also under internal affairs, but they said they cleared him already, which is really strange. They didn't tell us what they cleared him of. I don't even know if they cleared him too. Apparently, they didn't find information. I don't know. It's unfounded. So it's not even cleared. But you got a whole bunch of cops that are under the microscope for doing a lot of different shady shit related to this Karen Reed. And you got a guy like Peter Murphy, excuse me. I said Peter Moore. I know a Peter Moore. You got a guy like Peter Murphy. And a lot of the good cops that we hear from, a lot of times they get passed over for promotions. Some of the most honest cops you'll find are patrolmen for decades. They don't rise in the ranks because they're too honest. And I think that's who Peter Murphy is. And I'm really excited to bring him up on the show. He's taken a lot of heat. He has. And he's like a silent, nice guy. You can tell. He shows up to all the standouts. He shows up to court. You know that the Karen Reed family has respect for him. And I got to say, I do too. And I'm happy to have him on the show. He's a valued member of the Canton community, Canton, Massachusetts. And a lot of the women that we've featured on the show that have been harassed and had bleach thrown at them, had letters sent to them in the mail. Peter Murphy is someone who stood up for them, silently supporting them, and sometimes voicing it. He's been on other shows. He's been on Sean McDonough's show in the past. I think this is the second show he's been on. He might have been on Sean's a couple times, but the second program, second YouTube channel, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's bring him up. I'm happy to have him. And I think there's a lot of you watching too, which, yeah. Oh, yeah. People have been amped up for this. Welcome to the Young Jurks for the first time. Retired Canton Police Department Sergeant. He was the night man. I don't know what he called him. The night sergeant. He's in charge at nights. Peter Murphy. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening, Mike. Pleasure to be on here with you. I watch your show as often as I possibly can. I think you do a great job. It's my pleasure to be on here with you tonight, and looking forward to the next 45 minutes or whatever time you want to keep me on here.
And so you ran night. You were like the night. What do we call you? Night supervisor. Is that what it was?
Yes. In other words, I was a night supervisor. Usually when you get promoted to sergeant, which I was in 1988, you usually immediately go to midnights on somebody, unless somebody else prefers that shift, which it does happen. But the point of my story is that I was on midnights, which means in 1988 that a lot of the police officers that you have seen testify in this trial came on as new boots on the ground on my watch on a midnight to 8 shift. And I watched them come on at, ages 19, 20. We had a Christmas party. I think there were a couple of them that couldn't even, drink adult beverages at the party because they weren't 21 yet. So most of the police department that you've seen testify came on under my watch as a midnight sergeant. My shift did change over time. And I became what they call a split shift, which means I'd work 2 4 to 12 shifts and then come back the next morning and work 2 day shifts. But in any event, I covered evenings, 4 to 12s or midnights, pretty much my entire career.
And so who were some of the police officers? Like Helena Rafferty?
Yeah, it was Helena Rafferty, Ken Berkowitz, Mike Lang, Paul Gallagher, Paul D.G. and Petro, Kenny Drynan, who since retired. A lot of, you're going to mention names I'll reference when they're retired. Brian Wanless, he didn't work for me on midnights. He came on days under my watch. Glenn Pirro, he was a detective. Trying to think of who else immediately would jump into my head that would. Ted Lehan. He's now, I believe, the prosecutor up at Stoughton District Court. I may have left a few out, but as you could see, I could probably list most of the active police officers and many retirees that worked for me at some point.
Now, we just covered the Ken Berkowitz retirement party again. I just reviewed it for the second time because there's a lot of new people that haven't seen it.
Okay.
A lot of what I get from it, watching it over and over again,
Yeah.
is it seems like he's kind of a fixer. Like that, he knows everybody, he knows who to call to fix things. Is that his personality? Is he kind of a guy who fixes things for him and his friends?
I how I didn't have a lot to do with Kenny after he got off of midnight shifts, and then he and myself didn't overlap on many shifts. So to call him a fixer, um, I would say if a fixer means he went out to meet as many people as he could that he thought might benefit him down the road, then I guess you could call him a fixer.
What kind of guy was he when he was younger? Like, how did you feel about him? Like, what was his work ethic? Like, just tell us about him.
He did his job. He had a good attendance record. He was, pretty aggressive as far as his patrol function goes. I felt I could rely on him. I worked with him on several details that were pretty important. As you probably remember, some years back, President Musharraf, I guess of Pakistan, he used to come to Canton routinely once a year to visit his son, who was at MIT, and it involved putting an extensive security detail in place around where his son resided in Canton, and it involved several other agencies, Secret Service, I believe FBI, maybe ATF. It was quite a deployment of personnel, and I worked with. I was sort of one of the lead patrolmen, sergeants at the time, under Berkowitz on that assignment that lasted. I don't know, must have lasted for the most part an entire weekend that he was in town, staying at his son's, going into Boston, coming back. It was, and we were told by the agents at the time that he was probably one of the highest profile targets considered walking the planet. So we were on high alert.
And along the way, when I know that at one point you had reported a Canton police officer to some higher ups for something about, I think, steak tips or something like that, right?
Yeah, that was something that I had to address. I needed to bring it to the attention of the hierarchy, the administration. It was all around town. Nobody wanted to admit that it would happen on their watch, which is inherently problematic in law enforcement. Nobody wants it on their watch. They don't want to destroy their legacy. But that's not how I roll. It's one of the primary, how would I say it, functions of law enforcement is what did you know, when did you know it, and what did you do about it, Mike? In other words, you don't let it lay around or kick it to the side or leave it for somebody else to clean up the mess. If there's a problem, especially about the credibility of your agency that you've worked so hard for, and other officers have worked so diligently hard for, to keep your reputation clean and have the public respect us, that was something that I wasn't going to let go.
So for people that don't know, what we're talking about is you found out suspected a police officer was, I don't know, I would say illegally entering or breaking into a place to steal food, right?
Yeah, the allegation was that there was an officer who was nefariously gaining entry into a catering location, and it circulated all around town, and it had come back to me a couple of times, and within a week it was hot news around town. And I mentioned it to one of the lieutenants, and I said, hey, when are we going to do something about that? And basically it was, don't tell me it didn't happen on my watch, it happened on her watch. So I said, well, okay, I'll do a two from to her. And that was Lieutenant Finland at the time. Lieutenant Finland was her maiden name at the time.
And so I pushed it in her direction, and it went into an internal affairs file, I guess. And I never heard back, never got a bit word back as to what the outcome was.
And so none of the superiors really seem interested in doing anything about it.
Well, at the time, it was all around town, and I mean, if the midnight janitor in the middle school knew, I can assume that everybody in our department knew. And I was the first one that put it in writing, and the comment to me back from the lieutenant at the time, who's now the chief, was, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. It's needless to say, it's the first I heard about it." And that was the last I heard about it.
And Brian Wanless was brought up by you before anybody else, before it was hit court. Can you tell us about that whole thing?
I guess you're referring to the taillight
Yes.
story? Sure. So there were several officers that were still on the job back in April of 23. Now, having been a police officer for most of my career lifetime, since I was 32, actually, I knew Brian very well. I considered him a friend, and there were several other police officers that I worked with closely, and we worked on some serious situations, and I felt comfortable that I could rely on them as doing a tremendous job. And I went to them individually and asked them, or offered to them, to help them. I said, look, I bought into the narrative on this case based on the fact that I was getting information pretty much from the news. I hadn't called the police department officers to say what the hell happened. And I said, I offered my services. I basically said, look, you work for me. I'm here to help you. If you got issues with this case, if you got jammed up in it somehow, if you feel you have problems, I will work with you. I will help you. I'll find you a lawyer. I'll take you to Unetti's office. I'll take you to the FBI. But wherever you want to go, you're better off to get ahead of this than to have them come up behind you. And I offered that to them, and Brian was very honest and candid. And he said to me in his office, face to face, he said, Murph, the only thing I did, I'm all set. But the only thing I did was take the taillight out of the car for them because they didn't know how to do it. And I got weak-kneed. I said, what? I said, Brian, that's a smoking gun. That's a murder weapon. It's not an insignificant handling of evidence. And I said, did you do a chain of custody report, which would be standard protocol? No. I said, did you do a supplemental report to whoever ordered you to, or asked you to, directed you to take that taillight out, remove it from the car? He said, no, I don't know what they did. So I said, well, who asked you to do it? And he became concerned about revealing any more information, and said, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So I don't know who he ended up talking to. My understanding was there was another person that had information about the taillight and the condition of it when it was removed. And from what I was told, not by Brian Wanless, who was still on the job at the time, but by another retiree, that he had indicated that Lexus had backed into something solid and heavy and bowed the taillight mechanism, taillight lens inside, pushed it inside so that there was a crack and a piece inside the assembly. A piece, not 47 pieces, not 45 pieces, but a piece apparently had been pushed in by the pressure, which I think, if you recall, it was her car backing into John's Traverse in the driveway at a very slow rate of speed when she was going out at 5 a.m. to go look for him. And you could see the wheel move on the rear wheel well. You could see that wheel move on the driver's side. It rotated maybe an inch or two. And in my opinion, perhaps later to be disclosed by the experts, that would be when that taillight was damaged minimally
And as officer, was it Barrows? Refresh my memory. That was the police officer from Dayton
Yes.
that testified.
Yes, it
I
was.
thought he was a very credible witness. He seemed sincere, honest, and his testimony was that taillight had a crack, but sure as hell didn't have 45 broken pieces in it.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Now, you brought that up with Sean McDonough, and we discussed that back in January. It did come up briefly in the trial, but I felt like it didn't come up on as much as it should have. What do you think about that? Do you think that they should have? I mean, the Canton police, if my recollection is right on this, they were supposed to recuse themselves from the investigation, which they supposedly did, but now the car is in their Sally port and they're having their officers remove the taillight. That seems very strange, doesn't it? Do you think that should have been used more, or should be used more in the second trial than it was in the first?
Well, I'm not going to dare get out on the limb and even begin to question the talent and expertise of the defense team that Karen's got, fortunately working for her. And I know that's not what you're asking me to do. So I'm just basically saying.
No, it's fine.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
It's actually a wise thing not to go there.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't
We'll
be
have
surprised.
Attorney Bederow answer that one, maybe. He's in
Or
the green room
Melanie
for
or
people
someone.
who wonder.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring Bederow up in a few minutes too.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met Mark when he came out to a couple of weeks ago with Melanie when he flew in that day, and great guy. And of course, I've watched his shows. But to answer your question, I think we're going to see some more information that the defense did not bring into this particular first run, and I wouldn't be surprised at all that the taillight is going to become more of a significant issue. Sean, when I related the information to him, what I just said to you about how my knowledge was gained, he did extensive work with a team, reconstructing, repiecing it, going over it, and I know he just did an amazing job, in my opinion. And I think a lot of his work is going to come back full circle and probably be used in evidence. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets subpoenaed as a witness.
Yeah, Sean did. I know Sean's taking a little heat for his show last night. And
Yeah,
I kind of agree on it, like the heat part, not on Sean, but I didn't like the guest, but Sean did phenomenal work on the taillight. Sean is just, there's a funny account called the Taillight Whisperer. It's actually about Kevin, but it should be about Sean because he's the one who really made the taillight, just so focused on it. He got me back into everything, just the whole taillight. It just
right,
so
right,
true.
right. And he and Plevin went around and around several times about the taillight. How does Murphy know about the taillight? Who did he talk to?
Yeah, what did you think about that when Kevin went after you? Which was he really went after you because I could tell that when you came into the picture with your taillight and Wallace talk, Kevin flipped out, didn't he?
He did. I don't know what provoked him to get so hostile. And then he basically called me a liar. He said, "There's no way Peter Murphy talked to Josh Levy." He said, "That's like Peter Murphy telling me he called Washington and spoke to Joe Biden." And Sean said, "Look, I know Peter. He said he talked to Josh Levy. He talked to Josh Levy. And I'm telling you right now, I talked to Josh Levy." So let the record reflect, Mike.
And what did Josh Levy have to say when you talked to him? Did he give you any indication of anything?
Well, basically, when I called his office and I told probably one of his, subordinates what I was calling for, that subordinate obviously put me right in directly to his office, which I'm sure doesn't happen that often to that many callers. And I spoke directly to him, and we talked very openly, candidly, for probably 10 minutes. I gave him the gist of what I had to offer him, firsthand information, and as an eyewitness. And he said, "Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have two agents affiliated with the case call you tomorrow morning at 9:01. Will you be available?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I will be."
And at 9:01, my phone rang, and I got on a two-person call with two of his agents, and we talked for over an hour. And I stayed in touch with them over many, many, many months, and still have their numbers.
And what did you tell them? What was the tone of the conversation with those two agents?
Well, basically the gist of what I've just related as far as the taillight story. It was pretty much the taillight story that I could tell them, as firsthand information. And I told them that I would be available, speak with them, come in person, whatever they needed, and that to rely on me in that fashion if they wanted me to come in.
Amazing. What do you think about? I keep jumping around, but there's so much I want to talk to you about.
That's
I do
all
want to
right.
bring up Bederow.
I'll try to keep up with you.
I want to ask about the women of Canton, because Rita just had bleach, and another couple on their garden. They just had these bleach balloons. You're in Canton, you know these people. What's the feeling? What do you think about that?
Well, I saw the pictures. I have not personally driven by their properties. I know very, very well where their properties are. I know exactly. I did not drive by and firsthand observe. The picture told the story. I know there's been several news agencies, Mike, that have been out there in the last couple of days and have gone to both locations in the immediate Cedar Crest area, and also one other location where a third victim's house is. And I have to plead ignorance. I have not seen the news clippings or the interviews with Rita and the other two victims, but I know that the news was at their location, at their house, at their residence. And I heard the other day on one of the blogs that there was an allegation that Rita was being accused of staging that incident, which I find pretty difficult to believe. And I certainly don't think the other two victims staged the incident. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, they always say that. They always say that it's one of the selectmen, J.R. McCourt, showed up to the Sweeney's house, one of the people that had the bleach thrown at their lawn, garden.
Yes, he did.
I was kind of happy to see that, but I feel like he still hasn't done enough. What do you think about the select board and kind of how they're handling things, the controversy, the ongoing controversy here?
I think they've shirked their responsibilities. I put a letter in the Canton Citizen a couple of months ago, and one of the items that I included in the narrative was that I'll paraphrase it. It basically says that it's a Canton document. It basically says the select board are the elected officials in charge of the Canton, or in charge of public safety in all departments, as well as appointing department heads. And they are responsible for the oversight of these departments. I don't see how they did not get involved sometime after the morning on the 29th at 6:06 a.m. I'm sure they got a call from somebody. It should have been the chief, relating the fact of what had happened overnight and what they were dealing with at that crime scene. That is certainly something, in my opinion, had I been working, I would have made the immediate call to the select chairman or whoever was designated as on call that weekend and said, here's what we got going on. Whether they would have responded to the scene or asked the chief to meet at the station for a briefing, I think they were very remiss in their response. And I think they used the fact that the case was under investigation to avoid, going in some positive direction. I had indicated, in my opinion, that it was their responsibility to immediately look at that case and follow it up within 24, 72 hours. And I don't see how they did not put several of the police officers and even command staff on some sort of administrative leave pending a total investigation on the lack of following standard operating procedures and protocols and police work 101. They just backed away from it, hands off, and they've been there since. I've gone to many of the select board meetings, and I've had information with me that I was going to get up and speak about, and I said, no, I'll just watch. I'll just watch. And the old story, what did you know? When did you know it? And what'd you do about it? Has been playing out since the 29th on the 22nd. So to answer your question, they had a change of personnel, as you know. Tom Theodore was no longer on the board. Trish Boyden, who I supported, did get in. There'll be some changes next year, or should be some changes, I hope. And I believe they need a whole new, I think they've been there, John Conley's been there 40 years plus or something. I think they need new blood. I think they need a new regime. And I think, I mean, here's a perfect example, Mike, if you bear with me. A couple of weeks ago, there was a serious incident in the center of town where a Secret Service agent actually called me off duty and said, hey, I think there's going to be a problem here in the center. And I said, well, let me know. And called me back and he said, yeah, there's a problem. He said, Aiden was just assaulted by two different individuals and right in the center of town, right in front of D&E Sub and CF McCarthy's. And I said, well, that's not good. And then it took 17 or 21 minutes for the police cruisers to respond in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, I believe, for a serious incident. It could have escalated. And never heard anything from the select board, like some sort of an internal review or, you know, what happened, or the select board has looked into this and they're looking at reasons why it took 21 minutes on a 911 call to get emergency response vehicles to a scene in the center of town, which is a centrally located hub in the center of Canton. Again, you know, that speaks volumes to these people are supposed to be overseeing their department is a major, major issue of concern. In 17 or 21 minute response apparently doesn't come across their radar screen and be a problem.
Yeah. It seems selective too, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like suspicious that like all those other times they showed up right away in the center of town when it was to protect Chris Albert, basically. But
Yeah, the Canton Nine certainly
not
drew.
there.
The Canton Nine drew an immediate response.
Right.
I have a friend who was actually a retired police officer who was going through the center of town, and they indicated when the cruisers came flying from all directions to address the Canton Nine, who were peacefully either seated or standing at the corner at Bolivar Street. That person that related the story told me, said, you would have thought there was, you know, a plane crash or a bank robbery going on. Cruisers, blue lights, you know, tires screeching. I guess we call that selective enforcement.
What would your advice be to the select board about Helena Rafferty, her contract? I guess they just renewed it for a year. What would you be telling them to do?
Well, I guess the ship has sailed. As you indicated, they have renewed the contract. So apparently they acted, you know, independently. I don't know whether I would have put a special committee together to look at everything that's happened since 6:06 a.m. on the morning of the 29th, 2022. That should have happened back then. And they've just kicked the can down the road for 2.5 years and evidently continue to find no problems or they're in alignment with the way she's running the department.
And let's talk about Kevin Albert. Kevin Albert, Canton police officer, was recently suspended with pay. They mentioned Proctor, but we don't really know why. We have no idea why. What do you think about that situation? And do you know Kevin Albert? Was he one of the officers that came up under you?
He had come on very shortly. He might have even been in the academy when I retired. So to answer your question, I do not know him personally. I've met him before. I don't know, as I guess you indicated, it's not public information yet as to why he is suspended with pay right now. I don't know whether that had something to do with the testimony that Proctor brought forth when he was testifying about a cold case that he and Kevin were working on down the Cape. I'm not sure whether the suspension has got something to do with that or if it's got perhaps something else. There's a lot of speculation in my world and Sean's world that Jody Cohen is with the AG's office, federal, and that she might be leaving little nuggets to the state police, Colonel Mon, and perhaps Chief Rafferty, the DA, that, you know, there was those 3,074 pages that were allegedly or confirmed to be distributed to both sides, and that the information that was disseminated was exculpatory on behalf of Karen, and that it should not go to trial. My guess is that the feds might still be distributing some information in a metered fashion, and they might have dropped some information to the department that Kevin Albert was on their radar, and this is sort of a forerunner of things to come. I don't know that. I'm speculating.
That makes sense, though.
It
totally does make sense.
It may be totally revert back to the Proctor statement as to what he and Kevin did when they partied that night. I don't know.
Let's bring up attorney Mark Bederow. He's at the green room. He's been watching. I want to see what he thinks about all this. And you guys know each other. Hey, Mark.
How are you?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, I'm great, Mark. I enjoyed meeting you a couple of weeks back when you were in the beautiful downtown area of Dedham Superior Court, and it was great to meet you and Melanie for the first time.
Same for you.
And hope all is well. I enjoy your shows, and I understand that you probably will be representing perhaps somebody else that's involved in the periphery of this case or directly involved, which I'm glad to hear. I'll let you tell that story. I don't mean to steal your thunder.
That's okay. Well, let me start with the following. People need to realize how police culture works. And for somebody like Peter, who spent, a lifetime in law enforcement, and for someone like me on a much different level, worked with cops, both as a prosecutor and in private practice for years, there is a culture, and there are things that are generally never done, no matter what, the so-called blue wall or whatever. And what you're hearing tonight is like real hero stuff. To be, I joked in the comments, you're like Serpico. And I mean that sincerely. In a town that small, in a town that incestuous, in a town controlled by like 2 or 3 families, it feels like, and their friends, to take the stand knowing all these people and to scream it out loud what the truth is and what happened and what you thought, and to criticize them for not even responding to a 911 call that could have, as you said, gotten out of control. That's you don't see that. So I think people need to realize that for a retired police officer to say this publicly and to take a stand for what he believes is right and wrong as it relates to an innocent woman and beyond is like, that's rare. You don't see it. So I just want you to, people to understand that that's who you're listening to. That's real hero stuff.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome. It's that stuff about the taillight is, we all know that the taillight was planted, I think, but to hear, those kind of details, and then, you don't even want to say, how they ought to handle it going forward. If they watch this, they're going to handle it the right way. They have 6 or 7 months to put it together, and they are going to use it. And, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a phone call in the near future, if you haven't already, which you don't have to share with us. But,
No, I
this
agree.
this is important stuff. And I think that the truth about the taillight is so important for so many different reasons, not just to show standing on its own that she didn't do it, but it flows from the other important evidence. And this is like a broken record, but it just bears repeating, especially hearing what you heard tonight from Peter. It's like powerful stuff. If you start with the fact that the science doesn't support a car accident, then that means the taillight could not have shattered on Brian Albert's lawn and been found in 45 pieces day after day after day, which begs the next question. If it didn't get there naturally, how did it get there? And there's only one answer: unnaturally. And if the answer is, well, logistically, how did that happen? You just heard how it happened. It happened in the Sally Port. They broke it. They did it. And from the Dighton police officer, it wasn't broken. This is not rocket science. And
No, it is.
and you also even heard from one witness, was it Gallagher, who kind of alluded to this anyway, to some extent, right? Where he said they broke the taillight in the Sally Port. So then how the hell did it end up on Brian Albert's lawn, where it happens to be found day after day after day by a trooper who is corrupt and about to be fired, and another one who's under investigation, and a former chief who you spoke about, who wears thick glasses but sees pieces of taillight that the elite CERT team couldn't find. So it all goes hand in hand. So you are going to see this if there is a retrial. And this is all amazing stuff. And what you said tonight is just remarkable.
Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. We ain't got no quit. None of us do. You guys flew up, obviously, because you're in it to win it.
I drove, but yeah, it's all right.
And I just pray that, my opinion is, and it's only an opinion, is that the feds have everything. There isn't anything they're lacking for. They're accumulating more and more evidence every day, more and more testimony, wiretaps, confidential informants, Mark. I think they have anything and everything that they could possibly need to put Karen, exonerate Karen, and then go after third-party culprits. I have a suspicion that there are other people that they're looking at and trying to button up. As you know, they have about, you tell me, you're probably more familiar, 98.9% success rate on people that they criminally charge, as far as an indictment, as far as getting a guilty. So they dot their I's and cross their T's. They don't rush. And, the Birchmore case has recently gone into a homicide status from a suicide. Some of the same players that investigated the Birchmore case investigated and were on scene at the Canton case at 0630 hours and sometime later. And I wouldn't be surprised that the phone records show that a lot of the players that we've seen testify, Mark, got phone calls and conversations long before the 911 call at 6, shortly after 6.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's 98.9, but it's close to it. And of course, the big difference between the feds and the local police is the feds don't make street arrests. They're not local law enforcement. Their job is not literally to protect the streets on a day-to-day basis. They do investigations, which take forever. They move slow as molasses. And that's why their success rate is so high. They're not reacting to what's happening on the street. That's what local law enforcement does to protect the public in real time, if necessary. So they build cases with an idea towards getting convictions, whether that be by extracting guilty pleas in cooperation, or if somebody wants a trial, they generally have very strong, airtight cases. Not perfect, but in cases like this, if they're talking about corrupt state police troopers, whether it's Canton police officers, whether it's prosecutors, or others, they're not going to file those charges unless they think it's open and shut. They're just
Right.
not that they're not going to try a case because it's interesting or because, it's the right thing to do. They're going to try it to win it and get a conviction, and also to extract information and get bigger targets. So
Right.
I don't know where this is going or what they're going to do, but and you don't know what goes on behind the curtain, what they've already done, what they might do in the future. But, you could expect them to start with the little people who may have know what happened in the house, which can lead to big people, which can lead to police officers. Who knows?
Right.
The only thing that I find fascinating about this whole process is they all testified in a way just a couple of months ago or less that there's no way any of them were cooperating at that point, because they all would have, the way the feds would see the truth, they all would have committed perjury at trial. Every one of them basically said, they did the Sergeant Schultz. I don't know anything. I know nothing.
Right.
Literally up and down, however many there were. And so now the world has changed for Proctor. He's disgraced. He's going to get fired, all of that. And he could still try to cooperate. But if he does, whatever deal he gets is going to be immeasurably worse than it would have been 2 months ago if he had done what he should have done, which is tell the feds the truth before he perjured himself in state court, and before he admitted all of these things and then tried to justify it about, I was upset, traumatized by, this horrible murder case. I investigate murder cases, and, for all intents and purposes, a hit and run in the worst case scenario. I don't believe it was a hit and run, but in the worst case scenario, this is the case that he told you was the one that drove him nuts and drove him emotionally to the point of emotional instability that required him to go crazy on his phone. Nobody believes that. And the feds will know if he's done this on other cases. And does anybody seriously believe he hasn't? I don't know the answer to that, but does anybody believe that if he had sent these messages on the other case that it wouldn't have gone to the same text groups, meaning his buddies? Of course it would have. His sister? Right. Of course it would have. But more importantly, the Buchanics and those guys? Of course it would have. So is that why they're in trouble? I don't know. Why is Tully in trouble? I don't know. Is it failure to supervise or is something worse? I don't know, but it's not good. And all of this will come out. And I think, with the stuff that, again, Peter was talking about earlier, you give A+ lawyers 6 or 7 months to put the pieces of the puzzle together, look at the transcripts, and reevaluate what worked, what maybe we could do better, what didn't work. And, my money's on those guys.
It is.
Let's hope so.
Sure.
I love you brought up real hero shit. That's a new quote from Mark tonight. Describing Peter, real hero shit.
Peter does real hero shit, and I'm a grifting shit lawyer.
I'm a grifting talk show host.
You're unnecessarily hard.
No. I'm mocking some of the wackadoos who are very, very triggered.
You just got to embrace it. You're a tax. What are you? You're a tax. No, real estate attorney.
I'm a real estate lawyer. I've been a moron. I've been dumber than any 10 drunks in a bar, whatever the hell that means. The one who called me a grifting shit lawyer actually used the word grift in 2 straight sentences, which I mean, it's like the word of the year is grift. It's
amazing.
This is like real batshit crazy times and stuff.
I mean, the pizza shop is now relying on donations. Who's grifting? It's so funny. They got after me about being a dog walker. Now people have reversed that and said I'm the most famous dog walker in Massachusetts.
You know what? They're just helping your business, and that's great. And that's kind of my point is these they're miserable people. I mean, let's cut down to the core. Primarily, they're miserable keyboard warriors who live their troll lives hiding behind a monitor, and that's where they get their excitement in life. And they know nothing about the real world. They can't fathom why, a lawyer who, for example, who practices criminal law for a living and is from that area might find a Karen Reed type case interesting when a friend, also a lawyer from the area, says, "Are you been following this?" Well, a little bit. Pay more attention. This is crazy. And you learn more and more, and then you see the corruption. Now, said lawyer may also be a former prosecutor. So, used to be one of the good guys. Okay, why would that not be interesting? And then it has an opinion about how the criminal procedure works and how the trial is going and analyze it. Is that grifting, or is that kind of common sense? And
Kind of public service, actually.
and then
you're actually
and
been
let me tell you
helping
something
people.
to you wackadoos listening, watching, grifting, trolling. I have collected exactly $0 and 0 cents in talking to Mike and other shows, and I've never asked for a cent. I don't care. I don't want it. I don't need it. This is what I do for a living. I'm happy to talk about it, happy to educate non-lawyers about it, happy to listen to what they think. And it turns out that some people actually think you know what you're talking about and are interested in your services. That's called how normal business works in the real world. So these so-called grifters or call that grifting, get away from your keyboard, go out, do something productive, and most importantly, just get a life.
Yep, well said.
Very well said. We get some comments coming in about the Sally Port. Everyone wants to talk about the Sally Port video. Both they want to know what Peter thinks about it, but they also they had a question: was it motion activated? Was it really motion activated?
Is that directed at me, Mike?
Yes.
I recall I went through that Sally Port many times. I don't know if it's been upgraded since I was working shifts there. I mean, it seemed to be working pretty well with people walking around and walking towards the rear taillight. And when the video was mirrored, I didn't see that there was any problem with trailing officers, personnel, of which there were many in a crime scene, walking around that car, like they were looking for Easter eggs or something. I don't know. It just I can't speak to whether or not the system is motion activated totally, or whether it whether it impacted what was captured on video. It seems to me, again, that the defense and the feds have a better, closer look at what's going to happen out of that.
See, here's the thing about the video, though, whether it's, motion activated or not. And if it is, that's unfortunate just because you may not know everything that's happening. But on the other hand, if it's motion activating and somebody's diddling the taillight, it ought to be motion activated if it's picked up. So
Right.
Whatever is bad ought to be depicted, but none of that will ever explain how this district attorney's office and this supervising sergeant, who is now under internal affairs investigation himself for other stuff, perhaps, testified under oath with the full intent to mislead the jury as to what was depicted in a video that clearly was false. And I mean, that's just, there's no way it was accurate. And when it turns out that by showing the mirror image, normally you might say, who cares? You shouldn't do it, but it shows a lack of common sense, a lack of professionalism, a lack of a number of things. But when you factor it in this case that, well, wait a minute, now I'm looking at the wrong taillight, and I'm not seeing the taillight that a corrupt, soon to be terminated state trooper said was basically blown out, who never took a picture, which is just disgraceful. He ordered a tow truck, but never took a picture. Yet a Dighton cop who said it doesn't match what this guy says. We know what Peter said happened in the Sally Port. We know what Gallagher said happened in the Sally Port. And it just so turns out that by this mirror image, I can't see the right taillight. That's disturbing. And then it turns out that Proctor is in the video standing by the correct taillight, and you can't see what he's doing. And then you factor in when Buchanan testified about the improper video, but testified as if it was proper, as he's kind of leaning on the rail, real confident, real arrogant, telling you what's happening. He was very confident about identifying the people. But when a skilled cross-examiner like Alan Jackson figured out that this is not the right video, and by the way, he's figuring out in real time, he had no chance to actually prepare the cross, which would have been 1,000 times worse, right? I mean, if he really knew what he was dealing with. But when he did expose it, what happens with Buchanan? He goes into class, and Peter will tell you this, not that he would do this, but a lot of police officers go into amnesia mode. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. And all of a sudden, everybody that he was identifying on the video, he got all kind of forgetful.
Exactly.
And that's one word for it.
Yep.
Perjury is another.
Just the video itself, a person in the room with me watching that live for the first time said, "What the hell's going on with the video? 2 or 3 people just vaporized. One walked in front of the car and they never made it to the door. They just disappeared off the screen. What the hell's going on with that?" And then in the back of the car, I think it was, well, I'm not sure if we positively identified, but 2 subjects all of a sudden appeared sometime about the same time that the CERT team was going to arrive. And it looked like they had been behind the car and hurriedly got out of the Sally Port to go somewhere. And they just appeared. There was no 10-foot walk from the door to the point where they disappeared and went out through the open garage door. And it just, as I said, an untrained observer picked up on that and said, "How did that happen?"
It makes no sense. And, another advantage for the defense, they have 6 months to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
And I would expect that they're going to be sending some nasty discovery demands to the DA, demanding the real video, explanations about what happened to the old ones, subpoenas, this and that. And, you may have pretrial issues in the next several months where they, make a motion to the court about how this could have happened and whether somebody was either, knowingly presenting false evidence, whether a witness was knowingly lying. And this can go all the way back to the Canton police who turned over the video in the middle of trial.
Mm-hmm.
You had a judge in this case was complaining about the defense not giving notice about a doctor that they learned about 2 days before she testified, but nobody cares about a Sally Port video that purportedly shows Karen Reed's car in its actual condition after the crime. It turns out it's a fake video or not an accurate video and doesn't get disclosed.
Right.
Not good.
We get a court question that came in. They want to ask Mark, why are they allowed to include charges and counts for the jury to deliberate when they are not argued during trial?
Well, they get lesser included offenses if one party asks for them and there's a reasonable view of the evidence that a jury could find that the evidence supports that. Whether lawyers want to argue it, it's up to them. It's just a stylistic thing, but I mean, the lesser included, they weren't inappropriate per se. I mean, it doesn't bother me, although I don't think the DA really argued about them. That's normal.
It's a question from Lindsay Tyler. She says the state police lab lady that put the light back together did confirm that 3 pieces found did not even match Karen Reed's taillight. Correct? Question mark. Did I hear that wrong?
You know, I saw something online which is like major disclaimer asterisk. I didn't study it. I can't vouch for the accuracy. I'm not saying it's inaccurate, but somebody put something together, like a trial watcher or an online sleuth who really has the time to go back and like take notes and do this. And they took the testimony of the reconstructed taillight and kind of cross-referenced it with the ridiculous testimony of Buchanan and Proctor, who just kept going back and finding more taillight pieces because it just magically, you know, again, the hand of God, it came up and they found it. And then they created a picture of the reconstructed taillight and matched the pieces. And according to this online presentation, all of the pieces found by Buchanan went together in a section of the taillight. All of the pieces found by Proctor went together in a different section. No mixing and matching. They, according to this, they each just happened to find exact pieces to a different section. And I mean, the odds of that, I'm not a statistics expert, but I would suggest the odds of that, if you believe this nonsense that they found piece after piece over the course of 2 weeks, that they would magically find their own pieces, if you will. What are the odds of that? Pretty damn low, I'd say.
Pretty low. Yeah.
Now, if that, I don't know if that's accurate, but that, I mean, you've seen it online, and I don't doubt it because these people spend a lot of time cross-referencing, but that's troubling if it's true. And if that's true and the defense can confirm that, that's something else I think you would definitely see them use at a trial, because that is devastatingly, to me, evidence of corruption and planning evidence. That's just statistically not possible.
Now, the taillight stuff, Mark, we talked about it earlier before we had you on the show, but I think you were watching this Wanless stuff and the fact that the Canton police like recused themselves and then they're removing taillight. Do you think that should, like, do you think they'll spend more time on that in the second, if there is a second trial, the defense?
I mean, I think they'll point it out. I mean, it's not what I would call like the most legally significant thing that the Canton police were supposed to be recused, and yet here they are. It's certainly worth mentioning. It's worth pointing out. It's worth noting that as part of the whole defense theory that this thing is rotten to its core, right? I mean, everything about this investigation just stinks to high hell. Started with the Canton police, you know, it metastasized to the state police, and then it metastasized to the Norfolk DA's office. It's just this, you know, disgusting investigation from beginning to end. Yeah, I think they'll point it out, but I don't know that the fact that the Canton police were in the Sallyport a day after they shouldn't have been, standing alone, is that big a deal. I mean, the bigger deal is they broke the taillight in the Sallyport, and the Dighton cop said that wasn't the case, and Proctor never took the time to photograph it. This guy's a trained investigator. I mean, I go back to this all the time. This guy's telling you what a genius, great investigation I did. And I ordered a tow truck before I ever met Karen Reed, before I ever saw the car. But I'm so brilliant, I never took a picture of it. And that's not stupid. That's corrupt. He didn't take a picture of it because it didn't look like what he said.
Didn't fit the narrative.
That's right.
Yeah. He already knew what he was going to do. He
that's
wasn't
right.
investigating. Investigation was over.
Listen, and it goes right back to the text messages. You know,
That's a good point.
she better not get off. Don't worry about the homeowner. He's a Boston cop. Nothing's going to happen to him. And eventually, you know, I just wish this awful woman would kill herself and make this go away. Which I thought actually might have warranted more discussion and summation. The whole, like, I wish she would kill herself. Because that's actually, you heard a lot of talk from the DA about consciousness of guilt. I would flip that on its head. That's Proctor's consciousness of guilt.
It is.
That's him saying, my God, what did I do here? And if she would just knock herself off, this would be a nice, you know, hit and run. guilty parties, deceased. Nobody cares. Nothing to see.
Yeah, I if I was Alan Jackson, at him, I don't know if you'd get him on the stand again, but it's like that's like gangster talk. That's what you'd be saying. Like, isn't that like what gangsters would say about people who are snitching on them?
Yeah, but I think when he said that, I wish she would just kill herself, I don't even think he meant it in the sense of his hatred for her and his nastiness.
Yeah, his
I thought
problems
that
go
was
away
just
though.
like, woe is me. I'm a miserable, corrupt cop. I can't believe what I did. He probably wasn't born this way. Okay. He got in over his head. He agreed to do this. And he regrets that he did it, but he's too far down the rabbit hole. There's no turning back, right? So if she were to kill herself, what happens? It just gets
Problems gone.
buried. That's right. So
No trial.
that's what I think the suicide means to me. It's just lamenting, woe is me. She's the root of all my
This
problems.
is the only way I can get out of this. If she
Right.
just please happen.
Yeah.
Please have this happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. A name that came up a few times tonight that we haven't mentioned really, to Peter especially, but I'd like to hear more from Mark too, because his name keeps coming up. I mean, his name's come up on the show before. We talked about him, but it's coming up on social media from Sean McDonough of all people too. He's been calling Officer Gallagher out. And people actually have been talking about him in the chat too tonight. What do you think about Officer Gallagher, and what do you know about him, Peter?
I actually took it upon myself to review most of his testimony when he was on the stand in this most recent trial, and I don't know. I mean, I worked with Paul extensively. He was a detective. He was in narcotics division. He appeared to be squared away. I knew his family, and I don't know. I watched his testimony today, and I was really disappointed in his mannerisms, his arrogance. He's not the Paul Gallagher that I worked with for many, many years. And I don't know. It was like, when Jackson was asking him questions about his lack of investigative skill set. Did you do this? Did you do that? Solo cups weren't sanitized. Who'd you get the solo cups from? Where'd you get them? There was other information that was glaringly out of order as far as the way protocol should have been done. It brings me to another quick question. Why did the deputy chief or the lieutenant in charge of detectives, Kelleher, who lived probably 75, 80 feet away from where the body was found, although we don't really know where the body was found because nobody took it upon themselves to mark it or put, any kind of cones around it or tag it in the snow to show where the 6'2" person was. But he made some kind of a comment that even the judge laughed at. Something to the effect was, to Alan Jackson's question, I don't know, 6'2". Would you believe he was 6'2", Lieutenant Gallagher? I don't know. I wouldn't believe it unless it was told to me by Adam
Right.
Lally. In other words, you can read into it what you want, but the judge laughed. It was problematic. There were a lot of things, the way his mannerisms were and his arrogance, that I found problematic.
Well, he also said they broke the taillight in the Sally Port. And that kind of debunks what Buchanan and Proctor said. I mean, how did they find all the taillight on the yard when Gallagher, whether it was unwittingly or he's just not bright or whatever, said they were taking it off or doing something with it and they destroyed it in the Sally Port. So,
yeah.
And so he's a mess. And then, you're talking, they didn't even mark the body. They didn't do anything.
No shoe, no hat, no fragments of taillight in 2 inches of snow.
They had a dead body on the lawn who they knew was a Boston police officer on the lawn of another Boston police officer And the testimony was, I'll never, because some of the testimony is just, you'll never forget. It's just seared into your brain.
Yep.
And this is, and I'm sure for any legitimate police officer, this would have been stuck in your mind too, about getting a crime scene and making a crime scene. And once you get past the whole Canton, well, we're not capable, we can't do it. There was testimony that we called the state police, and it was like, 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. And they said, we're not coming. And then the Canton police just said, all right, and just abandoned the crime scene. They literally surrendered to the so-called criminals by 8 in the morning with a dead police officer on the lawn, and no one in the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police give a shit because, there was a few snowflakes and wind blowing. That's disgraceful.
Well, the issue too, I watched it, Mark. What was very, very concerning was Alan Jackson said, did you go in the house? Did you ask to search the house? Did you do a protective sweep to see if there were any other victims? I mean, that could have been a gangland slaying. You don't know if there were more bodies laying around the backyard, front yard. You don't even know if there were people inside the house that were needing medical attention. And Gallagher's comment was, we didn't have probable cause.
Yep.
And then Jackson said, well, did you consider getting, doing an affidavit to the judge and applying for a warrant? No. No, why would we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How about you knock on the door and say, is everyone okay? Is it okay if we come in, and just seek consent? Just
Absolutely.
to say, make sure everyone's fine. I thought, one of the most devastating crosses I thought that Jackson did in the whole trial was when he was asking about Tully, about assessing the scene. Okay.
Mhm.
And, he had information that they knew John O'Keefe was with all of the people inside the house at the bar. They knew he was coming to the house. They knew that was the plan. And then they see him lying on the lawn in 18-degree weather with no coat, one shoe, a cocktail glass. And, Tully's answer was, no. A lot of people don't wear coats. I mean, I wear shorts year round, so it wasn't suspicious.
Yeah, Captain Hotto.
No need to knock on the door and see, and even just say, hey, did he come in? Did he take his shoe off? Do you know what? I mean, never mind suspecting them of a crime, but did you see anything? How about you just look at them as witnesses and say, do you know anything? This is like a brother officer dead on the lawn.
Well, you spoke to
Nothing.
Awful.
You mentioned
Nothing.
you mentioned the
There's a
word
good
witnesses.
comment here too about Proctor got a warrant, as we talked about, for the car and the phone before the taillight was found, but
when we
nothing
heard
for Albert House.
when we heard the testimony at trial from Proctor and Buchanan, how they just went down there and basically said, give me the phone and we're taking the car without warrants and without anything. I remember in live time saying, what in the hell is going on here? Now, in all fairness, I am not up to date and familiar with, a year and a half before the trial of what kind of pre-trial proceedings happened, motions to suppress, whether they were made or not, because those are real issues. I mean, you can't, as a police officer, just say, give me your phone without cause, and then you can't just look through it without a warrant. Same with a car. And the thing that really struck me again is the whole ordering the tow truck before they even got down there. I mean, that just proved the whole defense point that this was a tunnel vision. She's going. We don't even need to know anything. She's going.
Right.
No, we don't even need to look and see. We don't need to take a picture. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to secure the crime scene. I mean,
Yeah, the
there's
witnesses
a good
in the
comment
house.
too. They
Today I
want to
was
know.
watching.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mike. I was watching. As I said, the replay of the testimony by Lieutenant Gallagher, and it came up that the witnesses were not separated. They all could hear each other inside the living room at the house. Gallagher stated he didn't know when he went in the house at 9 o'clock, when I believe Jen McCabe called Lank back because she suddenly had a recollection and memory that
The epiphany, right?
the epiphany, right? And then the witnesses were all interviewed together collectively. But Gallagher couldn't remember who the 5 or 6 people were that were still present in the home at 9 o'clock in the morning. You got to be kidding me. It's a murder scene of a Boston police officer, and you're not going to remember who's watching cartoons on the couch? Really?
It was bad. It's sad. I mean,
It's sad.
It's sad.
It is. It is. And it's terribly upsetting to, I'm sure, the many, many, many large percentage of law enforcement officers and attorneys that are out there looking at
what do
this.
you make, Peter? Because again, as a cop, and I mean, you've probably experienced horrible police officer deaths and, you know, all of that, or even if they're from different departments, even if they're across the country. I know this courtroom was not a great courtroom because there was about, 8 seats maximum on each side. But what do you make about the fact that, as far as I could tell, there was never anyone from the Boston Police Department in court to support John O'Keefe?
I wrestle with that dilemma every single minute that I'm conscious and alert of every day. I have no idea. I mean, Carl Dougal was the only Boston police officer who was in attendance on a routine basis and sat on the prosecution side. My understanding is he actually bumped Karen in the hallway aggressively and was thrown out of the courtroom till further notice. He supposedly kept his car in her garage. I believe he was alleged to have been Officer John O'Keefe's partner. And yet, as you said, nobody from the Boston police attended on a daily basis to see what was going on at the trial, just to show that one of theirs had been, killed, murdered. I still can't figure that out as you and I having this conversation right now, Mark. Maybe you have an answer. I don't know.
The thing that, I don't know the answer, but, given the way the courtroom was set up and there were so few seats that, it seems clear that both sides kind of had the ability to control who would come. And I would think that, and I say this respectfully to the O'Keefe family, that they would have certainly kept on a day-to-day or occasional basis space for, John O'Keefe's brother officers or sister.
They definitely would have. They definitely would have had them in there.
I don't know if that's them saying we don't like what's going on with the DA's case.
I mean, think about that. Yeah.
Don't know.
They have a very, probably one of the strongest police unions in the state is the Boston Patrolmen's Association. Like they speak up on everything. So why haven't they said anything?
In New York, and as we've said this before, we have had our disproportionate amount of police officers killed in the line of duty at every rank, like active duty, like patrol officers investigating crime, traffic cops, transit workers, other like government unions. And any time that one of these horrible, horrible things happens and somebody gets arrested, it starts at the arraignment and it doesn't end until there's a sentencing. If there is a sentencing, every single day in uniform too. Okay.
Right.
Even guys who may not want to wear their uniform, off duty, detectives, that kind of thing. Every day, anytime there's like a public service union worker killed in New York, particularly cops or firefighters, but other ones as well, there is an army there every day, and they're there for the family. They escort them. They stare at the defendant. Whatever. And you just didn't see that here. And I don't know what to make of it other than it's noticeable and weird.
I think they know. I mean, that's all the chatter we've heard in the background is that they know. I mean, it seems obvious to me. That's the only likely answer to any of that.
Well, the comment on what you guys have just talked about is from the standpoint of my opinion that when Kelleher came out to hand out the solo cups and the Stop and Shop bag, as a senior ranking officer in the command staff and actually Gallagher's boss, it was, in my opinion, incumbent on him to throw on some
some kind of uniform or clothes and walk 50 feet across the street and take
Charge.
command. Yeah, command of the scene, command and control. And, you know, they should have set up some sort of a operational command center, which the state police have a big van, heated, air conditioned, 60 feet, whatever it is long. Tully said, I think he said he operated out of the back of his Tahoe as a command center. You know, to me, the chief of police should have responded. It was an all hands on deck
And it was
type of
nothing.
call. They meet at the police station, you know, ASAP. There's only a few inches of snow on the ground right now. Bring your toothbrush. You might get stuck here overnight.
Right.
It's beyond understanding.
I can't fathom that officer down, okay, and we're using the elements as some kind of excuse to not be able to do anything, okay? Because what real cops do, who are when brother officer is down, they move heaven and earth and do anything and everything, and they're the most dedicated people. And like you said, you bring your toothbrush, you bring fresh clothes, you pack a bag, whatever. What do we do? How do we do it? And here you have a guy across the street who's a pretty high-ranking guy who, what does he do? He hands them cups and then just shuts the door and goes back to bed?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Can't fathom it.
Third generation Canton police too.
Yep. And then, as you said earlier, Mark, the crime scene was abandoned at various times between the first arrival of the first responders and certainly soon after 9 o'clock when Lank and Gallagher finished their speaking to the woman who had the epiphany. So from 9 o'clock until what, 5 or 5:30, the crime scene was totally abandoned. The street, people up and down the street, plows were going up and down the street, dog walkers. Who knows?
Kids,
Who interrupted? Who interrupted?
I hope if there is a retrial, which I still don't really necessarily believe there will be, but I hope that one of the things the defense connects stronger is that when they abandon the crime scene, and that's the word, abandoned. At that point, you've lost control of the forensic. All the evidence at that point is suspect. But if that crime scene had been properly secured by legitimate cops, which you would believe, no one's like thinking the cops responding or not, like, how do we frame anyone? They're responding, okay? And if that crime scene had been held properly initially by the Canton police and by whoever else who initially shows up and been held the way that, you know, a real department would do it with a crime scene unit and processed and all that, this is the point I hope the defense makes. If that happens, then you can state with confidence they couldn't have planted taillight pieces, okay? It could never have happened. And I feel like they might have left that a little bit out there in the sense to say, anytime the prosecution wants to say this is crazy, it's not crazy because the scene is wide open. Nobody knows who's coming and who's going. And once it's abandoned, and you get a situation where you have two state troopers testifying with a straight face that, you know, we made a decision, you know, on our way to work, we're just going to drive by. What the hell? Maybe we'll see something. And lo and behold, every day they just found more and more. But you know what they never did? The first day they recovered something, they never said, oh shit, go get a shovel. Maybe there's more because we're missing a lot of the taillight. The second day, they never said, oh, let's shovel. No, it's just, let's let it melt. Let it melt. You don't know what Brian Albert was doing for those. Did they talk to him about it? You don't know these things. This makes no sense. This is like law enforcement, exactly how not to do it. And then they tell you with a straight face that, you know, that's what we did. And we found it. And so did Berkowitz. 3 of us just found taillight pieces that the
Berkowitz getting on it is the funniest
that the
of all.
search team couldn't find.
Right.
And the amazing thing is they hold the search team so they search at night, okay? And they find, according to them, taillight pieces, the CERT team, but it's dark and there's big banks of where the snow was plowed. How in the hell at that point, as investigators, do you not say, we got to dig deeper and say, you know what, secure this location overnight, and when the sunlight comes out, we'll do it. And you know what? Never mind the leaf blowers. If we need heat lamps, bring them out.
Yeah.
If it takes 20 guys shoveling, doing grid searches, we'll do it. How do you not say, maybe there's more taillight there, and the next day, as opposed to say, we're done. And then, you know, Buchanan and Proctor will find the rest driving by over the next 2 weeks. How does anybody take that seriously?
Well,
Nobody but McAlberts.
Right.
I think what you would basically, to summarize, I think what you just said, Mark, is if the police response to that crime scene at 6+ in the morning, assuming that that was the first knowledge the Canton police had of what took place there, and I think phone records will tell the truth on that. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't know anything until 6:06. Maybe some calls were made. Maybe when Higgins went back to the station, he notified some people. There may have been some phone calls going back and forth sometime after 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. In any event, certainly had what we've talked about collectively, had somebody taken charge of that scene, perhaps the guy across the street, the highest ranking officer, perhaps in Canton that day, could have said, hey, look we're going to do a protective sweep. We're going to make sure there's no other bodies here. Can we come in the house? And the answer should have been either yes or no. We want a consent search to come in the house. Yes or no. If you don't get consent, okay, everybody stay where you are. Nobody moves. Keep your phones away from your hands. Go apply for a warrant. Freeze the scene. Hold the scene. And I guarantee you, if they had got a warrant to go through that house that morning, sometime after 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? Would we?
You probably wouldn't. And, you know, the other thing is, most cops who are interested in doing the right thing are inherently suspicious, that's a compliment, not a criticism, meaning what might have been in the house, is everyone okay? But also there's the added bonus of what Peter just said. It's an integrity test. You knock on the door and say, hey, what's going on? Do you mind if we just, is anyone in here? Have a look around. Now, people have rights and can say no. And you have every right to say no, get a warrant, leave. However, a cop is going to interpret that as, holy crap, what are they hiding? Exactly. And that is now going to actually, legally speaking, increase your level of suspicion and help justify getting the warrant that these knuckleheads claimed we never could have gotten. In other words, if Brian Albert, what happened? Well, we just came home from the bar. He never came in the house. I'm a police officer like you. Well, do you mind if we just kind of look around the foyer? No. Any real cop is going to say, okay, I can't, I'm not going to pull my gun and force my way in, but they're going to look at their other cop partner and say,
let's get a warrant.
What the hell is going on here? Yeah. This is not normal.
Right.
And these guys didn't even try.
You had exigent circumstances, Mark, in my opinion. And here's another side note, which hasn't really come up. And I saw it happen many, many times that we worked serious cases where people ended up being deceased. That crime scene was not only at the house, but that crime scene was, eventually it became her car, we believe, or they believe. And then the crime scene was also part of him being transported in the ambulance. They should have put a police officer in that ambulance in case it was a dying declaration, in case the temperature of the body came up to where he might have said some kind of a dying declaration as to what happened and who did it. Not even a police officer to monitor the clothing, maybe fingernail scrapings. I mean, really.
One of the things that jumped out at me, and this is how ridiculous I thought Proctor's testimony was, and I still to this day do not know why his lawyer let him testify, but he gave this fakakta testimony that this had all the indicia of a car accident. And mind you, there is a dead body lying in the middle of the lawn, not even like on the curb, lying in the middle of the lawn. And he said because there was one shoe, in his experience, he had seen like a prior accident or two where somebody had lost a shoe, that he just assumed that was a car accident. Now, I'm not saying you would exclude it maybe as it being a car accident, but if that's your testimony, that had all the indicia of most likely being a car accident, that is ridiculous. And I don't know how the missing shoe wouldn't lead you to more logically believe it probably came off in the house, as opposed to one shoe in the middle of the lawn of a guy holding a glass without a coat.
Right.
Now, it turns out John O'Keefe doesn't wear a coat, but you don't know what that, I mean, that's not normal per se in 18-degree weather to be lying out there with no coat. But of course, the whole point is, if you don't wear a coat in the winter when it's that cold, it means you don't intend to be outside. And if you know you're going to the house and you're coming by car, you also know that it means, yeah, because I'm going to go in the house. So why wouldn't you explore whether he was in the house? Why wouldn't you ask the homeowner, did he come in the house? Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened to his shoe? Did you see anything? Did you see any cars? I mean, they could have asked any number of things. And their attitude was, we didn't need to, because, you know, Jen McCabe told us at some point she might have hit him. He's missing a shoe. So we're going to tow the truck. We're going to go down there and arrest her.
There you go.
Right.
It's awful. I mean, it's awful police work. It just awful. Beyond the text messages and perjury and corruption. If you take them at face value, it's horrible police work.
I think Mark, you can agree, and Mike, you probably will too. I think this case is going to be what not to do police work 101 for many, many, many police academies across the country and maybe internationally.
I think it already is.
Look,
I think everyone's taking notice of it.
At Proctor, look, I hate to say it for him. I mean, I don't really care because I think he's a terrible person and what he did, and he deserves what he gets. But he's going to become a verb. Okay, you're going to get proctored. I mean, he's going to be such a poster child, like Peter just said, of how not to do things and what corruption is that he's going to become a verb.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that while you're drinking.
He's going to lose his job, lose his pension, and become a verb. I love that. I got proctored. Anytime you get like something shady happen to you for the cops, I got proctored. That's just classic. It's so true.
Yeah.
Question came up for Peter. They want to know if you know Tom Beatty.
I do.
What do you think about him? What's the story on that?
I reached out to Tom Beatty some time ago, after I had, heard some information that we related to him and his family, and I actually met him at the courthouse a couple of weeks ago, and had pretty lengthy conversation with him. And in my opinion, he's a rock solid guy, and everything he told me had receipts, and he's certainly somebody you might see on the witness stand the next time around. That's what I was going to ask.
Why? Next thing I was going to ask, why wasn't he on the witness stand this time? And what did he tell you?
As far as why he was not on the stand, I guess I could answer that the same way. I don't know, the same way that I don't understand why Wanless wasn't on the stand, Mike. I would rather leave what he told me out of our conversation right now, courtesy to him and his family, and with the idea that probably he will likely be revisited by the defense in this case. That would be my opinion. So I think it would behoove everybody, especially the audience and people, you and I and Mark right now, just to leave it unsaid as to what our conversation consisted of, if you don't mind.
No doubt.
Okay.
And you don't have to answer this either. I wonder if he hasn't talked to the feds too. I'm just guessing he might have. You maybe not even say anything about it.
I honestly, if I knew, I'd say I can't talk about it. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know, and that's what I don't know. I don't know who he's talked to, whether he has in the past. I don't know, but I got the impression that the guy was solid, and things he was telling me and we were discussing had receipts.
What about they were questioning what you think about Lank and Saraf, the police officers from Canton?
Those are questions directed at me.
Yes.
Okay. I think the responding officer, who was Steve Saraf, I was a supervisor when he came on the job initially. 27 years, I think he's been on the job. I think there was a lot more he could have done. Is that his fault after 27 years, or is it a function of training and experience? You got to look at training and supervision. At some point, John Good arrived at the scene. He was the on-duty sergeant. I believe he called somebody in to relieve him on the desk, and then he responded to the scene. I think there could have been more done. I think it had to been a proper assessment of the scene. The body location should have been certainly marked, and Saraf should have climbed in the ambulance and ridden to the hospital with the victim in case there was a dying declaration, or he was there to witness property, clothing, wounds. They cut the clothing off. That's what paramedics do when you have a trauma victim. We've seen pieces of the clothing that had scissors had cut them. Saraf could have been in the ambulance and made observations that there were no broken arms, there were no compound fractures, where a 6,000-pound car had hit him at what turned out to be allegedly 24 miles an hour, that there was no bruising, no injuries, trauma showing from the jaw all the way to the ankles. That all just went off into dust. Nobody jumped in that. Nobody was assigned or told or directed to get into that ambulance, and that is huge.
You know what else they didn't do? I mean, again, and this is like so central to their case. I mean, they wanted to tell you that their strongest evidence were Karen Reed's purported admissions right away of "I hit him" or "Did I hit him," whatever the exact language was. And none of the cops on the scene, none of them, at any point before they took her away, tried to pull her aside, and even politely, gently. It doesn't mean you even think it's a crime. Like, ma'am, what do you mean? What do you mean you hit him? And I'm not saying you would even assume it means with a car. It could have been a punch. It could have been, I did something, he fell down. I don't know. But, all this talk about all these people saying, she said, I hit him, and I told the cops. The EMT says, I told the cop. It was in front of the cop. The cop heard this. And nobody says to the woman, what do you mean? Can you just tell us? Because, again, cops are inherently suspicious. It doesn't mean they're not sympathetic to an out-of-control woman who's, despondent over her boyfriend who's, in fact, dead, but to her mind, probably dying or close to dead on the lawn. Cops still have a job to do. And if they think that somebody might be responsible for it, even in a non-criminal way, they ask questions, or they stay with her. They go with her. They don't let her just walk away. And none of them even asked her, what do you mean? That is impossible to believe if you want to credit the DA's evidence about all this. She hit him, she hit him, she hit him.
Right.
It's really hard to credit that in light of the cops doing nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. What was the second question, Mike? Was it about Officer Lank?
Yes, Officer Lank. They just wanted to know what you think about them.
Well, as I said, they all came on pretty much under my supervision at various times that they came on the department. I found Officer Lank is a third-generation police officer.
He's another one.
Yeah, and
Is that? I mean, how many are there? Third generation.
As far as I know, it's those two are the only three
Kelleher and Lang.
generations.
Okay.
Actually, I'm wrong. There was an officer, Scott Brown. This is a little bit of a bit of information Mark can respond to. There was an officer, Scott Brown, who had worked in the sheriff's department. Then he came over on the police department. His dad was a police officer on my job, who I worked with closely, and his dad was, in my opinion, just a rock solid police officer. He became a detective, and Scott's grandfather was a police officer, so he also was a third generation police officer. He was a great officer on the job, very diligent, and I worked with him, and I have nothing but good things to say about him. And the truth of the story is, he, I believe, was 27 or 28 years on the job, probably in the twilight of his career, ready to retire. He was on the SWAT team. I believe he was a sniper. I believe he had a canine for a number of years, German Shepherd. He was just a good, well-rounded officer. As far as I know, he just transferred from the Canton Police in the last 6 months to an adjacent town. Now, what does that speak volumes to you, Mark? Why a 27 or 28-year veteran would leave the department that his two predecessor family members protected and served, and go to an adjacent police department?
Hey, listen, if you're a third generation, 27 years in, and you're a good cop and you decide I'm leaving, that is a
Red flag.
major red flag for something bad is rotting in Canton that I don't want to be a part of.
Yes. So he may be somebody that you see on a witness list.
And what about Lank? What do you think about Officer Lank, who cost the town a lot of money with that assault he did?
I was not working that night, but I came in the next day to hear the story on that. I would tell you that, like Brown, Lank was he was a go-getter. He had several good arrests. He had several gun arrests, illegal possession of firearms. But I guess the jury's still out, to use the expression or the term. The jury's still out on the way he conducted himself in this investigation, and I guess in the Birchmore investigation. He was the responding officer, pretty much first on scene at both of those incidents, those events, and I'll just leave it at that. I think I would have expected more from Mike, at the very least, as far as the investigation goes. He was in the house either once or twice, I guess, at 34 Fairview, and we know the outcome of that investigation and witness interrogation or interview that he conducted inside the house. Nothing got documented, I guess. Nothing got recorded. Nobody got separated. Sounds like there was Mike wasn't on his A game that morning.
There's another incident of there's been a few, but Canton Police has had some other scandals. There was this kid, I guess Craig Casey, I think his name is.
Yeah.
They found his body after a car accident, after they cleared the scene. They didn't find his body, and then they came back and someone reported, hey, there's someone sleeping on this lawn. It was the person that they didn't find.
They missed him on the lawn, dead on the lawn. They just missed him.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar, just like everybody missed John O'Keefe.
Yeah. And it was right there. How far away was that from the house where John O'Keefe was found? Pretty close, I heard.
Well, I would say this. The property, I'm not exactly sure of the lawn that Casey was found on. I can't vision it in my mind. I can't actually tell you what house number it was, but I can say that the lawn that he was found on, where the accident was very close proximity to meadows where Chris Albert and John O'Keefe lived. It was very, very close to them. 34 Fairview would be probably, I'm going to say, 1.25 miles, maybe.
That's right. I got the houses mixed up. You're right.
Yes.
Next to John
Yes.
O'Keefe's house.
Yeah.
What do you know about that incident? Did you hear anything? Have any inside info or any thoughts on it?
I heard that what you basically related, that officers responded to the scene. I remember actually reading about it. Officers responded to the scene, didn't find the operator, towed the car, cleared the scene, and then I guess motorists on the way to work started calling the police station, on 911, and saying, "You got a body out in the lawn here." And I heard that there was some dash camera footage that, should I use the word disappeared, or
Vaporized. Yeah.
couldn't be
Couldn't be
relocated?
retrieved.
Couldn't be
That's
retrieved.
another-
That happens an awful lot.
A lot of that happens in Canton.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know. I have my own suspicions on that case, and I could talk to you offline on that one, Mark and Mike, and you might say, "Wow."
I'd like to hear more about that because I got a text that he had sent a friend today, someone that knew him that
Uh-huh.
day, and he was actually talking about needing a lawyer.
Okay.
So I just think that was like the last message.
Well,
Wow.
when we go offline tonight, maybe you and I can have a quick conversation about that, because maybe we can share some information on that. Mark certainly can join us, and the three of us could discuss
Chat.
that. But that certainly has some merit to look into that. Why he felt he needed a lawyer.
Yeah.
Maybe he needed a lawyer, and he didn't get one fast enough. He ended up on a lawn.
Jeez.
I mean, what are the odds too? It's not like a large town. It's not a crime-ridden place. It's a nice
no.
town. It's not some, inner city where there's just crime and you just have like body after body showing up on lawns that no one detects, and weird circumstances and missing video. You know what? Maybe there's something bad going on here.
Something in the water. Something in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something I was going to mention to you about that. The heck would it have been? I forget. If I think of it, I'll bring it out. But it had some meat to it. Whatever I was going to say. Give me a minute.
It will come back. It'll always come back.
Yeah.
There's a question for Mark. Mark, in your opinion, what percentage of evidence presented by Karen's legal team was gathered by monitoring social media sleuths or even Turtle Boy, I'll add?
I don't know. I mean, obviously some of it, and that's a rarity, because most cases aren't like this. You don't have a resource bank of a really lot of intelligent online sleuths and digging and journalists. And again, journalism today, it's a non-traditional kind of thing. I mean, if this was being covered in the old-fashioned way of, in a case in Massachusetts, the Boston Globe, the Boston Herald, whatever information they would get, they'd hold for a story. I mean, and it would just sit there. But, you have journalists covering it now who have opinions. And, it's a little different than it used to be, obviously with certain people, who we're talking about. And that information gets out. It gets out in live time. It gets out quicker. There are relationships and whatnot that get generated. So I think that clearly helped them. And you definitely saw it in this case. I mean, the whole stuff about all that Katie McLaughlin stuff, that was all Aiden that they were using, clearly. Those photos that the judge, ultimately didn't allow much of. And that, ironically, if you recall, the DA said that he was unaware of, which is just complete bullshit. They're obsessed with him. Trust me. I know this.
They watch everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, So obviously, I mean, they cite his stuff as the basis for, everything. Anyway, the point is, I think they had a lot of access to that and a lot of online sleuthing. And you've seen, obviously, Mike, who a lot of these people are. These are like better than private investigators in many instances. I mean, the stuff that people find and analyze is crazy. What percentage? I don't know. I mean, it's almost, again, you're dealing with lawyers who are experts at this game. Okay. So they do a lot of stuff on their own. They do their own analysis, and even a lot of stuff that you would find from other people, you may not find useful or relevant, not in a disrespectful way. It just doesn't fit with what you're trying to do. So what percentage? I don't know, but it was real. That I know.
It's a question for Peter. Does Peter know anything about the Birchmore case and which cops are involved with that case?
I have been pretty much committed 99% of the time to the Karen Reed case for the obvious reasons. However, I can tell you that I've done many standouts on behalf of the late Sandra Birchmore and her fetus, unborn baby. I've become a lot more familiar with the players in that investigation. Some of the officers that were first on scene to do a well-being check 4 days after I guess she had been murdered. Now, not suicidal. So I do know some of the officers that were first on scene. One of them has since left police work, and Lank is still working. So I don't know as much about that case. I'm learning quickly. I'm following it now. And I think from what I'm hearing is the Attorney General's office is moving at a fairly fast pace on indictments. And I don't think we're going to have to wait nearly as long for the resolution on that case as we have had to wait for Karen's case.
Oh, I hope so. Which cop left law enforcement?
It left the Canton Police Department.
Yes, that you said it for the Senator Birchmore.
It was an officer, John McCourt. His uncle is the
JR.
select board member.
Huh. I didn't realize.
And I know the family, Mike. I've known them for a long time. My son played hockey with John. I know his brother.
They're nice people, aren't they, JR? He seems like a good guy. He's the only one I like, but I wish he would just speak up more.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, I can't say anything but good things about the entire family, and that includes his parents. And he is related. John was related to a lieutenant that I worked with for years, Lieutenant Lehan, Lehan. His son is now the prosecutor or acting prosecutor for the town police department for Canton. And I played hockey with his son in an over 30 league, although I was somewhat considerably older than 30, and it looked it. But anyway,
You're still playing. That's the key. If you're still playing, you're ahead of most of us.
It was a good family, rock solid. I don't think there's many people that could ever come up with anything negative about John McCourt and his family.
I wish he would come on this show, JR. Like, he'd be a good one to have on this show. Like, he should. That's the leadership they need in that select board, is someone like him to just go around them all, just come to the people.
Yep. Well, there was a recent vote for a couple of things that were going on, and Trish Boyden abstained. And I think you'll see with the next election, they're going to have some people vacating the seats that they've had for a while. I would like to think JR stays.
I heard he's not. I heard he's not running for re-election.
Oh, okay. So you know
that's a rumor, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, but I got a couple more questions for you too about the townie issue and the police, Peter, because self-dispatch has come up where certain town residents who are friends with police don't call 911. They call the cell phones of the police officers they know, and the police officers self-dispatch. And there's like two levels of police, basically police service. It's everybody else gets one level of service, and then the townies get more service. They get, is that true? Do you see that? Did you see that in the town of Canton with the Canton Police Department at all?
I honestly can't say that I did see it. And in all probability, even if it was happening on my shift with officers that were on patrol at the time, it would be fairly difficult, perhaps most of the time, for me to perceive it or detect it. Not that, if somebody self-dispatched and they got to a volatile scene, that all of a sudden, they're going to have to say, I just didn't come upon it, or I was out of my area and I stumbled upon it. I don't know. I don't know how much of that goes on.
That's bad. Not just because you have two types of people, perhaps, but that's avoiding the creation of public records, which could potentially be useful in the event that there is a crime or something that needs to be investigated. That's an end around to that, and that's if that's going on, that's bad.
It is bad if it's going on, and I like I said, I can't speak to it. I was not aware of it going on, and I would hope that if an officer, as part of their field training, is told, hey, if somebody calls you on your phone and says, I got a problem here, that officer calls the station on the radio right away and says,
Right.
I got a call. I'm going to 1492 Washington Street to investigate a domestic or whatever, my barking dog, whatever it is. And now it's through the radio system, it's being recorded, and everybody knows what's going on. And, again, if that officer gets a call and goes somewhere and gets into trouble, nobody knows where he is or she is, which is very, very dangerous.
You just reminded me of something. It'd be interesting for a police response to this. One of the issues that they were raising during this case is that Proctor allegedly deliberately misspelled everyone's names in the reports. Can you speak to the people why that could matter if the police report mentions people but deliberately screws up the spelling or addresses and whatnot? What that could benefit if this is a corrupt case?
Yeah, Sarah Levinson was misspelled, for instance. Yeah,
a lot of
many of them.
Proctor misspelled a lot of people.
Yeah, almost all of them.
I mean, for a college man, he doesn't spell very well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe.
Right. Well, obviously, the misspelling of these words is problematic as far as archival information goes. Looking it up, retrieving it, stuff like that. And as far as a police supervision standpoint, which I know we've talked about and which is going to come up now more and more as the state police case is reviewed from a standpoint of supervision or the lack of, a supervisor, whether you're a sergeant, lieutenant, somebody's supposed to review the police officer's reports, regardless of what the case is. They're supposed to look at it. They're going to see if the elements of the case are included in it, if there's going to be charges, if the elements are clearly defined and spelled out, and if there's probable cause, and if if the supervisors aren't reviewing the reports and picking up on the spelling, it looks like it looks like nobody cares in the department about the case, and speaks very poorly for the police agency in general.
It may not show up in a record search. If you put in wrong search terms, you may not get a hit. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember. I think this is the case, Mike. You can correct me. Didn't they dispatch it to the wrong address? It wasn't 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was 32.
How the hell is that possible? Everybody knows this is King Brian Albert's house, and they screwed that up too, which again may not show up in a record search down the line. I mean, I know eventually it had to be corrected because it became a big case, but these are more of these red flags that there are just too many of them to believe that something wasn't afoot at the Circle K. This is something bad was happening here.
Well, to speak to that, how's this sound? I mean, there was definitely a press release, I guess, or a quote where Berkowitz told the newspaper to not put Albert's name or the address in the paper.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
And
that's just corrupt. That's
he basically threatened a person in the press and said, "You better remove that name. You better not have his name in that story. Remove it."
And
wait
the sequel to that,
you don't mean police officers connected in some capacity to the Karen Reed case would threaten journalists if they do things or to put them in trouble? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, never.
never
That would
happen.
never happen.
Never.
Well, the sequel to that conversation, gentlemen, is that if you play the Berkowitz retirement party, Higgins got up and said, "Hey, if you ever want to hide a body in Canton, just call Ken Berkowitz." That's a true story, and evidently, Chief Rafferty, now Chief Rafferty, had that deleted from the video. So I guess that doesn't appear now in the retirement party footage.
Do you know people that were at that party that heard him say that?
I have not talked to anybody who heard him say that.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm 99% sure I heard it when I watched him up at the podium.
So you were you there that night?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay,
I watched the file footage.
You were watching it on TV or?
But you know what though? So there's a scrubbed video from that night, correct? In other words, there is a video from that night.
But the only video I've seen is a scrubbed video. I've never but people say they've seen it.
But the video of the people that were there that night exists.
Yes, there's a video. To my knowledge, there's a video out there that shows 99% of the tables and the patrons attending.
I'm getting that video and getting a private investigator and interviewing as many of these people I can and seeing how many live witnesses are able to say that, Higgins likes to give the jokes that, Berkowitz is the guy to bury the bodies.
Right.
And, when you need taillight found, you can connect the dots. I mean, so there's an end around here. There is a workaround. You may not have the video, but you get live
people.
witnesses.
But will they talk? Will those people talk? Because they're all, you know who they are. They're all the cops and the town workers and the friends and family of Berkowitz. So
I mean, the reality is, putting the hearsay stuff aside, it's the kind of thing that it gives you a good faith basis to cross-examine Higgins about it and come at him and then let him deny saying it. If Berkowitz is around to testify, that's kind of a weird thing how he never materialized. He apparated in and out of video, but he never apparated into the courtroom. If he's able to be asked directly about it. I mean,
that's a good point.
To say that, I mean, again,
Higgins was actually asked about that in court.
And what did he give? I don't remember.
I believe he said he spoke at it, but he denied that he said that.
Denied.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. Denied?
I'm pretty sure he denied.
I don't remember.
I'd have to watch back. I want to review it, but I'm pretty sure he did deny it and said, no, that never happened.
I'm lining up witnesses who would remember that because I think that is the kind of thing that people would remember.
We got to find that, actually. We got to replay that and see exactly what he said.
I mean, how do you say that about a retiring police chief? I mean, it doesn't offend me in that sense, but what a weird thing to say. My funny joke is going to be that this is the guy who can bury the bodies. And we've already tonight talked about there's plenty of hidden bodies that nobody sees in Canton. Yeah. It's actually not funny.
Several during those speeches too, there were several other, there was a Secret Service guy there. There was the head of the FBI in Boston who was there, who retired shortly after the speech. But the Secret Service guy and somebody else, I can't remember. I'd have to think about it. But at least two of them said, well, we can't say everything we want to say because we're on television. We can't say everything about Berkowitz because we're on television. They were limiting themselves, and they still said a lot of shit. It was just remarkable.
People in the comments are saying he absolutely denied it, and then somebody just mentioned that this occurred several months after John O'Keefe's death.
Yeah, I believe it was in July.
Okay, so several months after John O'Keefe's death, several months after Berkowitz allegedly found a big chunk of taillight on the lawn and all this other stuff, and everything about Higgins. Higgins makes a joke that Berkowitz is the guy to bury bodies. I'm rounding up witnesses to get to the bottom of that and be ready for that at a retrial.
I hope so. I'd love to see that.
I'm hoping they are able to. I mean, who knows? Yeah. It's a long time ago. Yeah. I guess you need a video to figure out who's there.
Well, let me know when you're coming to town, Mark. I'll pick you up at the airport. We'll go together.
I'm going to hold you up to that.
Okay.
Oh, we lost
What
our
happened?
host. We don't know.
We lost our host. Sounded like there was a disagreement among the canines.
Yeah, I don't know how many dogs are in there right now. I've got one right here at my feet, but she's lying down. But,
Yeah, I've got one about 5 feet away from me. She's snoozing. Oh, there he is. Everything okay there?
canine crisis.
Yeah,
We
we
need
had a
to
dog situation going on.
do we need to
Girlfriend came home.
self-dispatch?
Yeah,
Mike, do we need to self-dispatch?
yeah, you need to self-dispatch. I had to get the dog out. As soon as she comes home, she's on a dog sit. So, like, I knew this was going to happen. I predicted in the chat earlier.
Huh.
But as soon as she comes home, dog goes crazy. He's in here with me, so I had to open the door and let him up.
There you go.
So, did I miss anything good?
No, we're laughing about dogs.
We're laughing about dogs. So you heard the dog? You heard him barking?
I don't know
Yeah,
if you call that barking. We heard something. I don't know what that was, but we heard the noise.
I know, right? His bark is not.
Yeah,
I think
He's like
he's
a little whiner.
shrill. Yeah, is he all right?
Yeah, he's very shrill. It's not even a bark. It's so funny. So I'm just checking my notes, see if I have any other questions, any super chats. We've been over 2 hours. What are your final thoughts tonight? We'll start with Attorney Bederow. Anything you want to bring up or talk about, or maybe even you want to talk about your big news? You're on the Aiden Carney defense team now.
Yeah. There's a few I's to dot and T's to cross. You have to get pro hoc into Massachusetts. So there's some paperwork to file, and that's a process. So, until that's fully done, I don't want to talk too much about substance. Generalities about the Massachusetts witness tampering statute, it's unconstitutional. If you're into the First Amendment and all of that stuff, it's the way that statute is drafted. It literally suggests that all of us, half the people in the comments and 90% of the people on Twitter, are committing witness tampering on a minute-by-minute basis just by criticizing some of these people who you know to be witnesses, which may be upsetting to them in some capacity, and they may feel intimidated to the point where I don't want to get criticism if I testify again. That's witness tampering according to the statute. That's a problem, and that's not the kind of thing I think that the legislature of Massachusetts had in mind when they passed a law like this. It's also a statute that's very different than most other states, which talk about threatening people in the classic way. I'll break your kneecaps if you testify. That's witness tampering. I'll give you $50 if you say this. That's witness tampering. Someone who acts as a journalist and has a strong opinion and is news gathering and wants to share an opinion that's offensive to some, that's not witness tampering. It may be offensive. It may even be obnoxious to some people. It doesn't make it a crime. But that's all I would say about that for now. Other than that, I would say real honor to share the panel with Peter. This was really enjoyable. And I think it's really impressive to see a principled police officer, and it must be in many ways kind of sad for you to come from that department and know these people and see what's going on and know that, it can affect relationships and all of that, but to see you stand on principle. And, you hear stories today where people who live in that town don't call the cops at all. And, if people like you were there, they'd call the cops, send the good guys. But so I think it's just kind of sad, but it's a credit to your character that you speak out like you do. It's really impressive.
Well, I thank you for that positive feedback. I can honestly tell you that what you just said is unfortunately very true, that a large number of people that I have talked to or reached out to me to tell me some information refuse to get involved out of sheer fear.
Yep.
Will not come forward, told me not to get involved. I just, it's not reasonable for the quality of life of these people to go through that day to day. They're afraid to talk. They're afraid that children will be disenfranchised. They'll be bullied. It's not a community, in my opinion, that you'd want to live in right now. or bring your children up to or move to. And I've advocated it, and it's coming back now from other people. And maybe Mark, at what point does a town or a police department qualify or need to have an outside resource come in and be put into receivership until they can vet everybody, including the select board? I mean,
it's funny you say that. The people that would do that are the feds. Now, again, yes. I don't know whether it's Canton, the state police, or a combination of both, but the feds are the ones who can come in and go to federal court and basically assert what they perceive to be their right to take over the police department if it's a problem. I mean, you saw this in New York City, a huge brawl over stop and frisk years ago. You see this in New York where there's a big fight over Rikers Island and taking over the jail. I mean, they can do it. And I wouldn't be surprised ultimately if that's part of it.
The state could too, I think, because I know they've done that to some schools here.
That won't work. No, you need the feds here. You need like
outside.
Yeah, it's too incestuous. It's too close relation.
And they'll never do it.
No,
they'll never do it.
You need.
I've only seen them do that with school systems. I've never seen the state do a police department.
The key is this, because the person who would be in charge of it is a federal district judge, okay, who is not going to be a Norfolk County superior judge. I mean, can you imagine a judge in Norfolk County dealing with this? I mean, that's ridiculous.
No.
Right.
A federal district judge in Boston who could care less about how they do things in Canton will lay it down. Here's how we're going to do it. So it would be the feds for sure.
Excellent. And before I go to Peter for his final thoughts, I want to bring this up because it came in and I don't know what they're talking about. Thoughts on microdoc video challenge of the voicemail.
Oh, is that the Jennifer McCabe? Unfortunately,
yeah, I think someone challenged it or something.
Where Karen's left her phone because she ran out.
Yeah.
To go help the man that she allegedly murdered a few hours before, and left her phone running. And then you can actually, I think we're talking about where you can hear Jennifer McCabe whispering to Nicole. Yeah, they're sending someone.
I think somebody challenged it, and I think this is what I heard, that he did it by Karen's legal team. So I'm just checking my notes, see if I have any other questions, any super chat. Everyone. Oh, I removed my light too. Look at that. I figured I'd come back and close out the show. I want to thank everyone who's been watching tonight. I think I made my point. The only time we really talked about Secret Service agents was when we were talking about the one at Berkowitz's retirement party, who basically said he had to censor himself because he was on Canton Community Television. Funny how Kevin didn't mention that. Didn't mention that tonight. Kevin, I think we proved it. I want to thank everyone who's been super chatting tonight. And thank you all. And I want to thank everyone who's been watching the show, commenting. We had over 1,100 people basically watching a 2-hour replay after I went live. After I went on my spiel, I only heard from like one person. One person was like, I don't like you tonight. It's okay. It's okay. If you don't like me tonight, you'll probably like me tomorrow night. But this was for me more than anything tonight. And trust me, I'll be getting Bederow and Mazza hopefully later this week. And I got a show on Wednesday night with Andrew. It's going to be a good show. Andrew is a journalist. He covers a lot of stories. He's got a website. He does journalism. He covers people who have been unjustly imprisoned. He's got a story we're definitely going to talk about, maybe 2 of them, I think. And he also covers police accountability and freedom of information. He's really good at uncovering stuff. So Andrew is going to be on, I think, on Wednesday night. So I want to thank everyone who's been watching, supporting, commenting. And I want to thank Kevin for the content. He's a fountain of content. Did I miss anyone? Let me just check one more time before I hang up tonight. I think I got everybody. Thank you all, though. Seriously. All right. I think I got everyone tonight. Good. Have a good night. I'll see everyone Wednesday and I think maybe Friday. We'll see. And we'll see what else is going on this week, too. You never know. And I guess the Glera is live right now. So that's probably where I'll be going. Let's go check out the Glera right now. Have a good night. I'm going to go watch the Glera now. I'll see you guys over there in the live chat for the Glera. Have a great night, everyone. Good night.